祈りですか？新発見があるといいですね。
わらわの策と力、あなたに預けよう。
祈りですか？世が必ずや答えましょう。良いわ。やっ、遅い。ちっく、いい度胸ね。はっ、えい、じゃこめ。任せてください。痛いの？飛んでけ。進化をお見せします。やっ、
兵士入れよ。右天の先へ。剣士、行くわよ。痛めつけてほしい。せい。おとなしくしろ。さあ、行くわよ。遅い。つまらないわ。
花よ。よっと。進化をお見せします。
どこを見ている？終わりよ。飽きたわ。さようなら。じゃこ。はっ。同心。入れよ、これ式。無に帰れ。剣士、出番。何事？覚えてろよ。キリスト借りは返す。逃げられると思うの？つまらないわ。そろそろ終わりね。
任せてください。日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。今フォトンシンセシス。ほっ
と。どこを見ている？あ、大したことないわ。やっせ。さあ、行くわよ。借りは返す。
進化をお見せします。よっ、チャンス。
どこを見ている？剣士、閉めるわよ。目をそらしちゃダメよ。さあ、行くわよ。
Wait, how did she die? She was alive when I swapped off of her. She died. Was she? Ooh, damage! Holy shit! Like she was alive at the end of that boss. And then I swapped off because like, oh okay. So, I don't know how she died. Like,
剣士、行くわよ。
花よ。植物だって生きてるんです。進化をお見せします。やっ、
兵士、入れよ。通天の先へ。太平を迎えるために。はっはっ。
oh, huh. So this is. I thought the location you log out in would determine where your dailies were, but it seems like it's completely random. 'Cause I logged out in Jinzo, and so I intentionally logged out in Jinzo, and pretty much every time I've done that, I've gotten a Jinzo daily. This is the first time I've gotten it then, so I think it's just been I've been lucky twice. Because I want the Jinzo daily because I think there's a daily achievement that I haven't gotten. Oh, cool. That was an achievement. Ah, okay. So that's I didn't realize. Well, I mean, good thing then. I took that. The good thing I got that daily then. Nice.
祈りですか？新発見があ
わらわの策とあなたからは何からも得難い大切なことを学んだ。死とは普遍的で平等なものだと思っていたけど、今ならあなたの考え方も理解できる。それはとても幸福なこと。
みんなと一緒に新発見があるといいですね。世に任せよ。
やっせあ、大したことないわ。あ、そろそろ終わりね。えは遅い。あえいえ雑魚終わりよ。何事も素早くじっとして。
花よ。痛いの？飛んでけ。
同心入れよ。現象色あまたなる光よ。はっふんふっはっどこを見ている。はっふっ覚えてろよ。たっ剣士閉めるわよ。兵士入れよ。虹に身を寄せ。はっああ雨天の先へ。横島を取り払え。どこを見ている。え痛めつけてほしい。さあ行くわよ。やっ剣士行くわよ。はっ何事も素早くいい心がけよ。覚えてろよ。せい遅い。 ことないわ。せ剣士閉めるわよ。やち
花よ。日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。進化をお見せします。チャンス。や
同心入れよ。風剣の先へ。
Oh my god, I missed. Fuck, this enemy's just fucking annoying. I can't fucking see when he's fucking targetable or not. It's like, yeah, he's fucking constantly on the fucking move. You can't fucking see shit.
何事も素早くいい心がけ。舞い上がる太平を迎えるために。あまたなる光よ。どこを見ている。行け。そろそろ終わりね。切り裂く兵士、虹に身を寄せ。ほっ入れよ。風剣の先へ。
Yeah, like bosses like that are just crap. Like they look really cool, but they're really poorly designed. Because like because it constantly is on the move, you don't know when it's actually in range. Like in theory, it seems like its hitbox is like literally any part of itself, which is good. Like every part of its like if your blade goes through any part of its body, it should take damage. Like that's just how all enemies should work in all games, essentially. In action combat games, at the very least, and that's how it should work. But the problem with that is that it's a fucking dragon, and it's a classic Chinese dragon, so it's the super long one, and so that means its hitbox is pretty small because its body is very thin and long, and then it's constantly moving, which is like, oh great, awesome. So you're constantly moving, you can never tell where you are. And like a lot of times it literally flies just out of reach. And so it's like that's really fucking annoying. Like I never liked any boss ever that's like just constantly not targetable. Like being untargetable sucks. Like it's shit. It's absolutely shit. Like it feels like shit because essentially what you're saying is, yeah, you can't target this thing. And you're like, oh, okay, so I can't target it. Like, well, like why even like what's the point of it existing if I can't target it? Like it just interrupts combat. So normally you'd be like, oh, okay, well I'm playing a game. I'll do this and that. But you're just like, oh no. Like, you can't play the game. Like you want to play the game? And no, I don't think so. We're just not gonna let you. Why? Well, because they just want to do some random bullshit. They just want to be like, oh well, no, let's do this attack, and it's like. I get it, like on some level where it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, sure, it's charging up this attack, it's doing this, it's doing that. Like, this is the time when you're supposed to dodge, but it still feels like shit. Because here you are, unable to target the thing, and all you can do is dodge, which is like, okay, well, then just focus on dodging. Sure, fine, I get it. Just focus on dodging. But the problem is, because he moves around so fucking much, it's impossible to tell where he is. Like, and even if you target him, you're like, oh, well, cool, I've targeted him. Like, I've targeted him, therefore I don't have to worry. But it's like, no, you still do have to worry. You still do have to worry because it's like... Because the problem is he also, like, targets you in a really annoying... He also, like, moves in a really annoying way. Because, like, you'll be like, oh, okay, cool, like, I'm, directly below him, right? Like, and he flies up there. It's like, oh, cool, it's like, well, he's flying up there, he'll, like, land in front of me, right? Like, that's where he left, so that's where he's gonna come back. But no, that's not where he comes back. Like, he comes back... he'll come back like really far away, so you have to run, and that's why that's why they made those. And I get it, like that's why they made those those like tether things, right? Like the latch onto tethers, so that you can be like, cool, I'll just zip over to him. But it's like, great. Do you realize the fact that you had to add that kind of shows how poorly it's designed, right? Like, having to add that is not a good thing. Like, added those because you had to. You added those. Oh shit. You added them because you realized, oh shit, like this is really annoying to actually, get to. You realize, oh shit, like this is actually kind of a pain in the ass. You realize that because he runs away so much, you had to put in launch points to bring you to him. It's like, or it's simple. Just put wherever he leaves from. If he leaves from this area, flies up into the sky, does his own bullshit. If he just comes back to this area, or just like lands in front of you every single time, and there will definitely be some people who are like, well, like that's not fun, and like I want it to be. Like I don't want it to be like that. What I want in a game is I want it to be like super challenging. Like I like the I don't know. Like chasing games is never fun. So it's not about chasing him. It's about doing damage. And the problem is it's hard to get your rotation down when you don't know where the fuck he is. And that's the tough thing too, is that like he's just okay. Yeah, there we go. His hitbox is kind of indeterminate because of how like thin and long he is. You're like, where the fuck is he? And then you only ever target his head when you lock on. So it's like, okay, well that's kind of working, I guess, kind of. And just because of like the fact that he goes up and down, you don't know when he's actually like, yeah, that's not the size on him. You don't know when he's actually like targetable, or because you're like, oh, he could. Because like there was one time he was like, oh, he's relatively close, but I completely missed my beam because he had zipped away, and I'm like, oh, well, that fucking sucks. So I missed because it's hard to tell when he's within range or not, and it's not good, right? Like it's not fun. Like I always say, I don't like missing. I don't like any game that like has missing as a constant thing. Like I've never liked missing anything like that. Like so when Baldur's Gate 3 has like the ability to miss your shit, and I never liked that. I just don't like that in games at all. Like because like in Baldur's Gate 3, especially in the beginning, like it's pretty common to miss. It's like, oh yeah, you will miss because like your percentage of hit is low because your stats are low, and your hit is determined by your skills and your stats. So it's understandable why you miss, but it doesn't make it feel any better, And like that's my problem with it. It's just that it feels like shit to miss. I just like it in Baldur's Gate 3 even more because like there's nothing you can do, especially in the early games. Like there's really nothing you can do. It's like it's just bad luck, and that's the whole point of like tactical RPGs like that. Is that there is that shit. Like it's not even like Baldur's Gate 3 is the only one who did this. Every other game like Baldur's Gate 3 has done it. Fire Emblem, which is also a turn-based strategy game, also has hits and misses where if you hit them from the front, you're more likely to miss. And like Final Fantasy Tactics did that too, whereas if you hit them from the side, your percentage of hit goes up a little bit. And I actually do prefer those games because like there is something you can do. Your position relative to the enemy actually will matter. Should I waste 12? Yeah, I guess I should. So you actually can do something. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3, I don't think positioning mattered. Like I think you just always miss. Like, I think your hit rate is always the same no matter what the enemy is. Now, I could be wrong. It could be that if you do position yourself to the side, it's just harder to tell because Baldur's Gate 3 has much more free form movement, whereas in like Final Fantasy Tactics, Fire Emblem, those games, you're on a grid-based system. So you being to the you being on the enemy's side, you being behind an enemy is very, very clear that you are. Okay, so that goes up 4%. Interesting. Okay, so this is maxed out. She is now pretty built. 52. That's the thing. She only has like 9% more crit damage, and you have to work so much harder for her to get her echoes leveled. Because I had to get crit on literally 4 out of 5 echoes. 4 out of 5 of my echoes have crit on them, so that I could get a above 50% crit rate. Now, to be fair, with these crit bonuses I'm gonna use, she now is above 60%, which is like cool. And so she's actually better than her. She has slightly more crit rate, slightly more crit damage, but you have to work so much harder for her. Wow, she has a lot of energy regen. That's kind of cool. She has more attack. Huh, interesting. But I'd say I built her pretty well. But it's tough because like replacing her echoes is going to be so much harder because of just the fact that every single thing has to have crit rate on it. Now this is actually pretty good. Attack percent, crit rate, crit damage, resistance damage, great. Flat attack is like whatever. That's the only thing that could be better. This one, I mean, this is pretty good because like she'll do all of this stuff. Defense percent is the only like bad shit for this. This one again, like I don't think she uses her heavy attack that much. Actually, no, I think she does when she does her flame thing. So I mean, so like these are all kind of good, and the crit damage roll is insanely high. This is all kind of good. The only bad thing is flat attack, and yeah, for this one, the only bad thing is the flat HP. So like each one of these has one bad roll essentially for pretty much everything. But like trying to re-roll on them is like no way in hell I'm gonna re-roll. Like every single one of them has to have crit rate. And the only reason I was like leaving this one alone is because this crit damage roll is so high. And of course it's a fusion on fusion set, which is a fusion percent damage on a fusion set, which is fucking hard to do, hard to get. So she ends up with a 50% crit damage, 50% crit rate. Whereas she, because she's able to go for crit damage because her crit rate weapon, and like that's why she doesn't have crit rate on this, has crit rate on this guy, has crit actually. Yeah, like this has 2 shit rolls. These are kind of, I would say these kind of have 2 shit rolls. HP percent, defense percent don't really need. But crit rate and crit damage are good. Yeah, that's a really low crit damage roll. But crit damage and crit rate on the same thing is like you just can't get rid of that. Yeah, like realistically, this is probably the one that could be replaced, simply because flat HP, flat defense don't really need. But it has crit damage on it, so getting a crit rate on it would like make her much better. But yeah, so it's like it's tough. But like she's just so much more relaxed because like she doesn't have crit. Like she has crit rate on some of her pieces. 1, 2, 3. Which like compared to Cheng Li, you're like, oh well, she has 4. Like there's only a 1 difference. Yeah, but like if I didn't have crit rate on one of them, like she has 1 less, so it's like it makes it easier to fit. But even without that 1, she still has but almost. I mean, she's still low, and like she'll get a little higher once I get my whatchamacallit. But yeah, it's so much harder to work with. It's one of these, right? Yeah, here we go. Let's just use all these. That's not it. Oh, here it is. Not this one. I'll use this one. I'll get a bunch of these. Not really that many either. Okay, there we go. And oh yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, she's less attack, but she also doesn't have her attack bonuses. So I could get this. And let's see how that goes. Okay, so 23. So yeah, so her crit rate is now her crit rate is at max now. So she has her passive. So 63% is really good. For all what I mean, like honestly, the only way I could do better crit rate is if I could get to 70%. There was one of my echoes that does not have crit rate on it, so I could get a 7% crit rate roll on that to bump it up to 70%. But I would also be risking that 21% crit damage. So it's like, yeah, do I really want to? So realistically, my bonuses are, I guess I got 48%. Yeah, so I got 100% bonus crit because you start with 150% by default. So I got 100% crit damage, 60% crit rate. That's pretty good. She's a little lower. She's like 90%. She's like she has worse. She has 4% less crit damage, 9% less crit, or 4% less crit rate, 9% less crit damage. 2307. So she already has higher attack, and she'll get another bonus attack with this. And I could actually do it if I wanted to. Honestly, if I just wanted to wrap her up and be done, I could just use one of these. What is this? This is... Yeah. Wait, what's this? So that's the Battle Pass weapon. This is... Oh, just a random... Hidden Sleep. Wait, are these the same? Open Flame 1. Let's go. Let's see. These are purple. So if I got 9... Okay, let's just use all of them. Because I have 72 of the other ones. Or 71 of the other ones. So these are the weapons. These are... Oh, these are this. Look at some rings. And leave it 20. That should be fine. Okay, let's go back to synthesis. Ring. Yeah, let's just max that out. Fuck it. I don't care. Yeah, a lot of these. Do I have a lot of these? Yeah, I think I was low on these. But, yeah, so it's all about which characters need what. Okay, so now my Changli is finally built. Well, actually, no, she's not. Oh yeah, these need still purples. So I actually could use my purples. I could actually get some more purples to max out these. But yeah, like that's actually the thing I was doing the least. Like even for my Jinshi, I only got some of them to level 7. First, normal attack, forte, and liberation was because that's where most of her damage actually comes from. Yeah, this is just purely about the skill damage itself. But then it just converts. Once you do your skill and go to the next mode, I think it's this damage that counts. Or actually, wait, no, it goes It's determined by your resonance. It's determined by your forte. That's it. But okay, but like now these are all like they have all their passives. I'm kind of relaxing on her. Like honestly, I really need to work on Havoc Rover too. She's been kind of not getting as much love because I've been using Jinshi a lot for like all my farming, but I do like Chengli's design a lot, so I really wanted to build her. But yeah, now she is done stat wise. So these are her finalized stats. 2300 attack, pretty good. More defense. No, she's much worse defense. Goddamn, she's like super. She's less 2,000 less HP, a lot less defense. But that's because like most of her shit is focused on attack. So her attack will be super high. If I go into here. So yeah, like 17% resonance skill, 10% damage, 23 heavy attack, 30 liberation, 70 fusion, which is expected. And if I compare it to Jinshi by comparison, skill is less, basic attack is less, heavy attack is less, resonance liberation damage is less. Oh yeah, and even less spectro damage. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess that is one thing Jinshi could actually get benefit of, is that I got this When the game was first coming out, they had this like pre-event, and you could get a Spectra of your five cost or three cost Spectra of your choice. I don't think you could choose elemental percent at that point. Like you can only choose very specific echoes. So I chose this one because I was like, because I think you could choose just the element and like which one it was, and I think it was just like it'd be like, oh, if it's a three cost one, it would be attack percent, something like that. So it was like it was locked in, so I couldn't be like, oh, I want this one and I want Spectra, right? I could just choose the set, and if I chose the set and the echo, it would lock in the attack. But I got this right as the starter thing, which is really good for my Spectra rover, especially in the beginning, because the attack percent matter a little more than Spectra damage. But yeah, now Jinshi has the Spectra one, but like because it rolled so well, like crit rate and crit damage on it, it's like get rid of it. But if you think about it, like, look at that. That's 30%. That 30%. She has 30% attack on this guy, and her attack is 1100. She doesn't have that attack. You know, she has two fusion ones, and her attack is like just 100 less. So like that's the tough thing, is that like if she didn't have that attack percent Spectra, if she didn't have that attack percent, her like attack would go down to like 2,000 or something like that. Or she even still has a higher attack. But yeah, she lost a lot of defense. So she doesn't have as many defensive shit rolls as Jinshi, so she's definitely going to be more likely to die. But it's hard to tell because I don't know like what does minus 400 defense mean in the grand scheme of things. Like, will that completely fuck me over? Like, because like so many fights are just like avoiding damage to begin with. So it's like, will it matter? Like, because it could be that like 2 hits will kill her and 2 hits will kill her. It's like at that point, does defense matter if you both die in the same number of hits? Like, because she has like 17,000 attack. If an enemy does does damage for 10,000. Well, let's say the enemy does damage for 12,000, right? And with her defense, it now is reduced to 10,000. She still dies in 2 hits. And for this, she has 12,000, right? And because she doesn't have the higher defense, it still does 12,000. She'll still die in 2 hits. She'll have 3,000 left over, or she'll have, with 10,000 off 7,000 left over, she'll still die on the second hit. So, like, I guess with like her healing, sure, that might make a little more difference. Like, so you have to heal less, but like regardless, like when you're doing this level 120 fights, doesn't really matter. So, anyway, that is beside the point. I'm just happy I'm done with Changli. So now, is this the nightmare? I got that nightmare one for free. It's a shame that it's a. It's a shame it's defense percent, so it's essentially useless. But it's really cool that these are actually completely random. It could randomly be any of the ones I have. Is my data bank on here? No, it's not. What is my data? Where's my data bank? Am I missing any? I'm missing one. Oh, yeah, okay. So I'm missing one, and it's from the nightmare version of one of the areas I haven't explored yet. Cool. Nice. I just have one more to do. Cool. Okay, so that's that. And Paolo. This will probably happen in one of the quests that I'm going to be doing today. Oh, hey, cool. Wait, that was... Oh, yeah. Let's go do this. Okay, so this is my first time actually using my built Changli, so I'm gonna be curious to see how this goes.
んな手はどう？
これはどう？
逃げ場などない。正確に。
そこで
指令よ。
切り落
やっ
とせ。
て尽くせ。注
ついて
意健康。
こられますか？
How did I lose health?
ひざまずきの養分にしてあげる。
必要よ。
諦めなさい。勝利の女神が微
カゴの
笑んだ。
中の鳥は誰？逃がさない。
アルテの完成ですわ。
貫く。
Do I lose health for my attacks, or am I just getting hit?
逃げ場などない。
もっと私を楽しませて。宴の始まりですわ。世界はこの手に。まだまだいけますわ。新時代へようこそ。
正確に。
これがモンテリの挨拶です。
昼夜健康。
届かない場所などありません。
Whoops, I didn't see there was a gap there. Looks like the other guy also got screwed the same way.
お静かに。
こんな手はどう？
摘み取る。
カゴの中の鳥は誰？
どこにも逃げられないよ。これぞ絢爛。ついてこられますか？
風に乗って
誉れはモンテリと共に。
こんな手はどう？
その命私の
貫きの雨が降り注ぐ。
モンテリの名にかけて。
気をつけて。逃げ場
これはど
などない。
う？これがモンテリの挨拶です。
烈火のきらめき。
よってひざまずきなさい。諦めなさい。もっと私を楽しませて。ついてこられますか？咲き乱れる花々。勝利の女神が微笑んだ。もっと楽しませて。
指令よ。焼き尽くせ。カゴの中の鳥は誰？こんな手はどう？断ち切る。
これがモンテリの挨拶です。これがモンテリの挨拶です。私の花の養分にしてあげる。この手に。
逃げ場などない。
I have to double check my skills. Is that supposed to drain my health, or if it's supposed to drain my health, then that's worrisome. Either that, or I could just be getting hit, which is possible. I could just be getting hit, for all I know. I wasn't really because there's so much shit going on. It's really hard to tell, which is fine because there's a lot of us. But I don't know. I didn't like that I was losing. I lost so much health. I'm curious if I just was sucking because I wasn't seeing. Oh, wait. There we go. Let's get out of co-op mode. I'll have to double check because it could be that she is draining her own health. That is possible for all I know. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so let's check her.
祈りですか？
Yeah,
新発
she
見
didn't
が
drain
あ
her
ると
health,
いい
right?
ですね。
These are all. Okay, so my losing health was just because I was stupid and I got hit. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted, I didn't know, because like there are some that like, there are some characters who are like, oh yeah, yeah, I also, oh cool. Nice. There are some characters that like could, like I think Danjin is a character within this own game, so it's not even like, oh, it's because you weren't paying attention. It's like, no, like there are characters even within this game that are also will like drain health to do damage type thing. So I didn't know if if she was one of those characters. Cool. So I got some more of those and more of those. Nice. More pile for that and for that. Cool. Okay. Now let's get back to things. So yeah, I just gotta be more careful. But like that was quite literally my first time like really playing her. Now obviously I did get to use her during her character quest, but like this is the first time I've actually like properly used her. I didn't really like properly use the one I built. And wait, did I do this? I'll just double check if I've done this already. Oh, actually, wait. While I remember, I think this is the village. There's a village. There apparently is an achievement where you have to do higher than 95%. There we go. Yeah, for this, for all of these type of things. And this is the. Oh wait, no, I got 97. Oh, I thought I had 94. Whatever. I usually when I fail, I'll try again and do 100%. I thought I got a 94 in one of them. Maybe I did it again. Crap, I can't remember. Well, whatever. I'll have to wait till I do all the rest remaining exploration to see which ones I actually properly missed. Oh wow, that was shit. I followed. Yeah, that was probably crap, right? Yeah, 80%. I was following the flowers. That's not where to go. Okay, got it. Nice, 100%. Cool.
Sa, 行くわよ。剣士、出番や。同心。やっ。心地いい風。世に任せよ。どこを見ている。さあ行くわよ。そろそろ終わりね。兵士入れよ。 帰れ。はっ、天正移動。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。太平を迎えるために。ほっ、いでよ。影と舞い踊る。はっ、行け。容赦しない。さあ行くわよ。ほっ、近道ですね。ほっ、世に任せよ。しくじった。どこを見ている。
花よ、大きくなあれ。
慶主、いでよ。はっ、心地いい風。世に任せよ。いでよ。はっ、流天の先へ。はっ、ここからなら。いでよ。ほっ、ふっ、どこを見ている。逃げられると思うな。飽きたわ。さようなら。奴らを潰しなさい。終わりよ。さあ行くわよ。痛めつけてほしい。せっ、はっはっ、うん、やっ、同心いでよ。はっ、使えるものはありませんか。進みましょう。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。 でよ。太平を迎えるために影と舞い踊る。風天の先へ。
どこを見ている？ご退場願おう。遠慮せずもらっておきなさい。容赦しない。行け。逃げられると思うな。そろそろ終わりね。
慶主、いでよ。無に帰れ。使えるものはありませんか？心地いい風。進みましょう。進みましょう。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。進みましょう。
どこを見ている？な、雑魚め。
花よ。やっ日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。気をつけましょうね。
いでよ。検証移動。風天の先へ。横島を取り払え。
どこを見ている？奴らを潰し飽きたわ。さようなら。
兵士あまたなる光よ。
どこを見ている？剣士、出番よ。終わりよ。や、借りは返す。
Motherfucker! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking knock them off and fuck me like that? Are you fucking kidding me? Who the fuck designed combat like this? Who the fuck puts them on a fucking edge and doesn't have them fucking get, like, at least fucking reset yourself for fuck's sake? That is such fucking dog shit that I have to redo the entire fucking thing when I was almost fucking done. Like, I broke the formation and I killed the two guys that were the only things that could give me a hit that mattered. So all I had to do was kill these three fucking little shits and they all run off the fucking edge! That is such fucking dog shit!
剣士、行くわよ。遅い。剣士、閉めるわよ。
任せてください。植物だって生きてるんです。フォトンシンセシス。
同心影と舞い踊る雨天の先へ、世の光にひれ伏せ。
どこを見ている？痛めつけてほしい？ダメね。さあ行くわよ。借りは返す。これで私が諦めるとでも？
兵士入れよ。ああ、無に帰れ。
どこを見ている？行け。そろそろ。
Oh wait, the little tiny ones count too. Okay.
ご退場願おう。やっせ。
同心入れよ。あまたなる光よ。太平を迎えるために。
Okay, so I thought it was just the big fat ones that were. Oh, the cuddle water are the big guys, the diggy duggies are the tiny guys. Okay, sorry, okay. I thought the tiny ones, I thought the big ones were the. I thought the big ones were the duggies, so I thought that said don't take three or less, or is it 3 or less hits or take less than 3? 3 or less hits from the big ones. So like when I killed the big ones, I'm like, oh cool, I killed the big ones. Nice. I can't I can no longer take hits. It doesn't matter if I take hits from the rest because I quote unquote won. But either way, like that was still so much fucking bullshit. Where they're like, they got knocked off the edge, and there's like literally no way for you to bring them back. And if you go down to try to kill them, we're gonna just flat out reset the challenge. It's like, oh, awesome, thanks, assholes. Thank you for fucking putting the border in a way that can completely fuck you over if you get unlucky. We're gonna put the arena on an edge, and they can easily fall off at any point. And you could be like, oh, you just pull them away from the edge. Except they weren't fucking chasing me, and it didn't matter because one of them had fallen off already, and only when I smacked the other two off did I see the third one that was already down there. So I was already fucked. So it's like, oh my god, that is such fucking trash.
世に任せよ。
や飽きたわ。さようなら。はっえい、どいてもらおうか。誰が近づいていいって。
任せてください。よっと大きくなあれ。
兵士入れよ。
しくじった。
Oh god fucking damn it! Fuck off! That's just fucking dog shit. You can't fucking tell which ones when they go like this. It's like they linger for far too long, so you don't know which effects are actually active.
進みましょう。
God fucking damn it! Fuck off!
Yeah, I hate how the fucking thing on the ground lingers beyond. So they shoot across, and it's still the thing is still on the ground. So it just adds visual clutter to the rest, where it's like, fuck, when's it gonna fucking end? Like, I get it's fine when they're still like shooting, sure, like when they're charging up and they're like, oh, we're about to go. But then even after they've gone off the arena, the marker on the ground is still there. And you're just like, okay, well, this is just cluttering up. Like, I've already dodged this, and it's cluttering up the field, so I can't tell where the fuck the next one is. Like, please deal with that shit. Like, please remove it immediately. The second the shot gets out of the circle, immediately remove its fucking thing. I don't give a shit. Like, or time the AoE better, right? Like, realistically, what I think it should do, in my opinion, is the red mark. The beam should only shoot once it gets to the other end. Right now, it's like, oh, once the red mark gets halfway through the center, that's when it shoots, and it progresses it away so that the shot actually goes through the arena and is out before the red mark along the beam completes to the other end. So it's showing you when the shot is, and it's triggering at the halfway point. But then the actual shot is already off the field before its indicator is completed its progression across the field, which is like, well, that's fucking dumb. Like, no, you should have it progress along, and only when it hits the edge do you have it shoot. Or maybe just like when it gets to that like the outer ring, not like the border ring, but like the little gold one right there. That's when it goes. Because like the timing of it seems to be that the thing, it takes about as much time to get across the entire arena as it would progress the indicator to get from that part to that part. And so the point is that the indicator should be gone by the time the beam is off the field. So you just prevent visual clutter. Because like that's the biggest annoyance about this thing, is that there's so much visual clutter because they just don't remove the things after it's gone. So basically, you are safe. You are completely 100% safe. But it's still, it's still affecting you because it's still getting in the way visually. So that's kind of annoying.
祈りですか?
Oh wow, I have an extra spot, so I did this more efficiently than the other puzzles. Usually for other puzzles you wouldn't even be able to do it more efficiently. Why would you put the fucking end thing right next to a fucking enemy? Like, it's like these people don't fucking play their fucking game and pay attention. Like, and like that's the thing. Is it's that enemy is only on the edge. So if you just move the fucking thing just slightly over, you would not even be close enough to it. Like, why would you place any part of a quest thing close to an enemy? Like, just don't do that. Like, it's like so obvious. Like, some of the design choices are so fucking dumb because these people just cannot fucking pay attention to their own game. Like, it takes no effort, right? Like it's like the enemies where that marker, like where that teleport is. It's like just put it further all along the edge, like so you're like 20 feet away instead of 10. Like, why would you put it there? Like, why would you put it in a way that like so I'm flying as a pro flies because it's a flying challenge. I'm flying straight there, so that means like if anyone actually tested that, you'd instantly know. Oh, you aggro this, and they might think, well, it doesn't really matter because you can just latch onto the thing, and who cares, right? But like, why even make that a thing, right? Why? Like anyone testing it would do it the exact same way. So why just move it 20 feet away, 20 feet further away from the enemy? Problem solved. Like hell, it's just like it's so easy too because like I'm sure the game developers have a map with like literally everything on it, right? Like they were like, oh cool, like let's put up the map. We're gonna put these locations. Let's just check the map. Okay, where are the enemy locations? Okay, let's just not have it next to that, right? Like there's the whole entire bridge. The entire bridge they had to choose from. Because it was this bridge. Like, the enemy's like right here. Like, this entire thing, completely free of enemies. Could have put it anywhere there. Like, come on, dude. Like, that's just, I don't know. It's a level of not paying attention that is kind of, like, annoying. Because it's like, I don't know. It's just kind of like, it's not really, I don't know. It's just like, it's just bad design. And there's just so many elements of bad design and like carelessness. And I think this level of carelessness is also reflected in the writing because I've often critiqued this game, saying there's a lot of issues with the writing because they just keep things so inconsistent. Where they're like, oh, this happens like this, and we're just okay, chest. It's probably not a chest area, right? Oh no, this is just wow, that glow. I guess we just absorb them all? Is that it? Oh no, this is a chest area. Oh. Wait a minute. Yeah, I thought so. I was gonna say, like, wait a minute, this is the premium chest, which like are almost all minutes. It's just like, yeah, so it's just a level of like lack of care. You're just like, really, like, why? Like, why do you seem to not care about your game and not pay attention to like your own stuff, right? Like, you're the ones writing your story. Like, why are you writing these? Okay, shit. So, okay, so there's torn pages everywhere. Crap. Okay, so I know I'm missing torn pages from a lot of places. So I'm gonna have to. Oh wait, no. This. Oh wait, no, I've already done this one. It has a check mark already. Oh, okay. That's weird then. I'm surprised. Like that chest was like had like a marker and shit. I'm surprised that like it was all like bundled up with bullshit. Like, wait, what? Oh, I thought that was the light reflecting off of the chest, morphing through those beams. But now that I defeated the chest, unlocked it, it's still here. Although there's literally nothing around it. Yeah, like when I'm up here, oh no, my marker's on top of the chest. Okay, that's why I couldn't see it. Okay, never mind then. I thought. Yeah, so it's like it's just a general lack of care. Just it's a shame because it's like it's just like because like it doesn't make the game bad per se. It makes the game worse, sure, but it doesn't make it like bad. But the problem is, it's just like it's just so much. It just feels like if they just tried a little bit. Like it's one thing if you just made a bad game, right? Like you made a bad game, you made a bad game. No one. Oh, hey, that's something right there. If you made a bad game like that, that's it. No need to worry about it. Like it just, it is what it is. But like they did a really good job on so many elements of the game. It just feels like they like dropped the ball at the last minute, and it's like, well, that's a shame because like, oh hey, another chest. Oh hey, another casket. It's just a shame because it feels like it's like, man, you were like so close to being good. Like you could have. Like you were so close. You know, if you were a little better, like you could, if you were paying a little more attention, if you just like, just done a little bit more effort, put a little bit more effort to like proofread your story, and if you proofread your story to like get rid of the constant contradictions and, you know, paid a little more attention with quest placement, so it's like, yeah, you don't put them in stupid places. Like you don't put your race tracks. And like, to be fair, it's not just this game that did it. Like Genshin, I also complained about Genshin when they did something similar as well. Is that they had a racing event. Oh my god, I'm fucking closer to this guy! Just attack this fucking piece of shit! Jesus Christ, sometimes the targeting in this is fucking dog shit. Like, there's times where it's like, oh, okay, I get it. I get why they did this, right? Because it's the closest one, sure, I get it. Like, I might be angling my camera that way, but this is the closest enemy, so sure. But then there's other times where I'm like, I'm literally closest to this, but now they're saying, oh, well, your camera's angled this way, though, so we're not going to attack this one. It's like, dude, fuck off. Like, be fucking consistent. If you're going to be proximity-based, then attack the closest one. If you're not going to be proximity-based, then don't. Like, if you're going to be, you know, where my camera's angled, then do that consistently. Just be consistent. And although for that, I understand. Like, it's really hard to test that shit. So I get why they might fuck that up. But, like, there are just other things where it's like, it's just the story, the quest placement, the mob placement. It's just like, some of the... oh, there it is. Oh no, it's 4. Trigger those guys? Okay, let's go kill him. Oh, what the? Are you fucking kidding me? Can't even fucking see the guy. Thanks, assholes. But yeah, that's obviously my. I mean, it's not really my own fault. I couldn't have known that, but yeah, it's still.
閉めるわよ。
同心入れよ。
But yeah.
風天の先や。
So anyway, it's just like it's more frustrating that they did so well and then they just keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Like that's what's more frustrating. It'd be one thing if it was just a bad game, right? Like you just kind of like kind of give up on a bad game. Be like, oh well, this game's shit, right? Like, oh okay, I'm just not gonna expect anything good from this game. It's crap. Ooh. So it's just like, yeah, I'm just not gonna expect anything from it then. But like they do so many things well, but then just keep dropping the ball repeatedly, which is like, man, that's just such a shame. Because like this game would never be a Genshin killer ever. Like it just won't be because it's simply Genshin appeals to a wider audience, so you're just not going to capture that, right? And this game will never appeal to that wide an audience because just the increased level of skill required for this game is just, you know, if the game requires more skill, you're just going to have less people be interested in it, right? Like more people will play Fortnite than Elden Ring. It's like easier. It's easier to get into, relatively speaking. What is that last one? And it's not about like the and this is like irrelevant of like how good the game is. Is that it? I know that's not. It's just like, yeah, it just has a more broad appeal, and so it's just gonna do better. Oh, well, I guess I'll just kill this dude. He's in the way.
出番よ。さあ、行くわよ。
There we go. Okay, so... Oh, what?
なかなかいいんじゃない?
What? That is a first. There's never been a thing that's actually been hidden like that. Okay, I think there was a resonance casket this way. So yeah, like if you're gonna have a higher skill requirement, you're just gonna be less appealing. And which is, yeah, fine. Like you should appeal to your audience. Like find an audience and just do. Oh wow, that's all of it. Okay, so that's. I think there's a. Oh yeah, it's over there. I'll get that while I'm at it. So on here? Yeah, it's okay. There's one. So it's just like, yeah, they do. Oh yeah, I've only found one of them. That's it, right? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. And like, and to be fair, like the critiques I have about this game are generally like no one really cares about. Like no one cares about the nitty gritty details of it. Like if you like playing the game, and like a lot of people just care about the gameplay, and like that's all that matters to them. If you like the gameplay, and like once you've done this, you're done forever. Once you've completed all these little things, like once you've completed that Fratello race, you're not going to do it again. So like having it be poorly placed doesn't really matter, and it won't matter to, like one. Some people might not even notice or care because like they'll notice they notice that they flagged like an enemy, and they'll just be like, okay, whatever, moving on, which is fine. And like I get it, I'm nitpicking a little bit. But like, regardless if I'm nitpicking or not, like that is an actual problem. That is poor design. Like, I don't think anyone would say no. That's totally wrong. Like that's fine. It's like, well, no, it's not fine. Like it's bad design. You shouldn't do it like that. Okay, so I need one more casket, 2 more thingies, no treasure. Okay. I already got that one, so it's probably nothing around there. I'll go along the coast because I might have missed something along the coast. There might be. This looks like something will be there. And that's where we did the story, and I think I did the thing there, so there might be something there too. Also, oh yeah, let's check around this place too. But let's go along the coast for now. So let's pause here to restore my flying stamina. Let's see if I can see anything. Yeah, let's just double check and see if this had anything around here. This is where we fought, or we ran, but not really fought, ran away from the dragon. Zoom. Okay, so it seems like something is along here. Even there? Let's see. Oh, yeah, there is. Okay. Oh, there's fast travel. Nice. Oh, what the are you kidding me, dude? The thing... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, God damn it, I fucking hate that. It's so fucking annoying sometimes. It, like, locked me... It locked me out of the... I do hate, like, when you get... If she can get smacked out of her charging skill, and if you get smacked out of it, you just lost it. You lost all your charge. It's like you expend your charge to go into the state. Oh, no for tell brother to start the quest. Is he inside the rock? Wait, what? Where is he? Like, this is the Fratello challenge, or this is the one of the Fratello brother thingies. Where is the dude? Wait, what? If this is, wait, what? This is not even part of his challenge. It's just a random thing. Okay, that was odd. I did not expect that. It's like every single time there's been one of those, it's always been like, oh, here's the Fratello brother nearby. Like, please do this or that. Okay, let's just run off the bridge and fly. I do like flight. Flight in this world is really cool. I like. Once I got kind of used to how the controls work, it's been pretty good. I think some aspects of it are rough in how they've implemented with the racing. Wait, that's dark. There's a painting here. Oh, hey, here's my last, No, wait a minute. Oh, wait, it's not here. It must be below? What is it below?
祈りですか？世が必ずや答えましょう。
剣士行くわよ。飽きたわ。さようなら。
任せてください。ゆっと進化をお見せします。
兵士いでよ。あまたなる光よ、横島を取り払
どこを見ている？痛めつけてほしい。誰が近づいていい？さあ行くわよ。
花よ。痛いの？飛んでけ。いけますか？チャンス。
え。同心いでよ。はっ、しくじった。無に帰れ。
どこを見ている？そろそろ終わりね。ご退場願おう。はっ。遠慮せずもらっておきなさい。
Oh yeah, that thing. That's the. I remember seeing that before. I forgot about it. That's the last combat one. It's a defend the node one.
心地いい風。
剣士行くわよ。容赦しない。やっ。何事も素早く、いい心がけよ。
兵士いでよ。あまたなる光よ、横島を取り払え。
どこを見ている？目をそらしちゃダメよ。せっ。飽きたわ。さようなら。
同心はっ、いでよ。無に帰れ。
どこを見ている？剣士出番よ。やっ。剣士行くわよ。何事も素早く、いい心がけよ。奴らを潰しなさい。やっ。
兵士流天の先へ、太平を迎えるために。
どこを見ている？行け。そろそろ終わりね。容赦しない。逃げられると思うな。
同心いでよ。天正色あまたなる光よ。
どこを見ている。目をそらしちゃダメよ。終わりよ。はっ。剣士行くわよ。剣士閉めるわよ。せい。
慶主流天の先へ。世の光にひれ伏せ。
どこを見ている。剣士出番よ。さあ行くわよ。つまらないわ。
同心これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。進みましょう。世に任せよ。はっふんやっ無に帰れ。
さあ行くわよ。
近道ですね。一目瞭然。心地いい風。世に任せよ。
どこを見ている。終わりよ。痛めつけてほしい。あ、そろそろ終わりね。
任せてください。植物だって生きてるんです。フォトンシンセシス。
同心いでよ。ふっ天正色へいやっ流天の先へ。はっおめごと使えるものはありませんか。世に任せよ。
せっ。 何事も素早く、いい心がけよ。遠慮せずもらっておきなさい。やっ。偵察ね。目的地は
Okay, there we go. I think that's all for this area. Hello there, how's it going?
失礼。進みましょう。一目瞭然。
Oh, I see. So there's a quest. Oh, wait a minute. You didn't tell us, I guess, where... Oh, wait, is it right there? Okay, I was gonna go there first, but I was like, well, I got the Resonance Casket, so I was like, I'll just pop by this one on the way. That's gone well.
剣士、行くわよ。遅い、雑魚、終わりよ。
同心入れよ。 天正異論。横島を取り払え。あっ
任せてください。大丈夫。気をつけましょうね。
兵士入れよ。影と舞い踊れ。無に帰れ。
Oh, that's bullshit. So he automatically dispels it. Oh, god damn it.
あまたなる光よ。
どこを見ている。さあ行くわよ。痛めつけてほしい。
Yeah, that's another thing. He was mid-death. He said, so they're like, oh, he's gonna pop off each thing. It's like, okay, that would make sense, but you should still be able to burst him down. Like, yeah, I know. That's pretty much every artist trying to sell their shit starts the exact same way. The second you asked your first two questions, I knew you were an artist. And no thanks, I'm not interested. But yeah, so like that's kind of, you should have been able to push it. Like the fact that he was already like knocked out, like his shield was down, he was in a stun state, and then I did too much damage to him. It instantly turned off the candle. It's like, no, I get if he did it. Like I understand if you got hit to a certain threshold and then he gets up and then snuffs out the candle himself, like he actually attacks the candle, like he stops targeting you, targets the candle and destroys it. But the fact that it just automatically turns off once it gets to the threshold, I think that's bad. Like I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it harder to be like, oh well, look, this has happened. It's like, okay, but it doesn't make sense. Because you literally just said he's going to turn off, he's going to attack the candle so that he'll become invulnerable again. But it's like, well, he didn't. He was incapacitated. He was. So that's not good. Again, it just contradicts what you said, what he was going to do. It happened, but he didn't. It didn't do it. So it's like whatever. Oh, I see. So it's not something he does. Oh, what? He still hits me? Oh, that's such dog shit. Oh, I see. Like, I thought it would just hit the things, so I gotta dodge it still.
平を
迎えるために。いでよ。
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. The fact that you have to, the fact that you have to like lure him over, and the fact that he automatically turns that off. It's just like, eh. I get it. It's interesting that we use the Fey Ignis, so I assume the next thing will be
使えるものはありませんか？
maybe multiple enemies. Maybe multiple enemies, and when you beat 1/3, it'll turn off things. So you have to make sure to keep the candles lit, or maybe just one candle that you have to continuously relight to continue to fight. But it also is super fucking annoying how he'll do these lunges for like one, luring him back into range is annoying, and then two, he'll do these ranged attacks which like shouldn't hit you. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do this lunge. And it's like, okay, but you were nowhere near me. But because he has apparently shot, like apparently the range of the attack is unlimited.
世に任せよ。
容赦しない。つまらないわ。借りは返す。剣士、締めるわよ。
花よ。大きくなあれ。
兵士。
と、や。無に帰れ。
Wow, luckily I got like, juggled around a little bit. I was almost got knocked out, but because I got smacked back in, I was able to save that last little bit. Oh wow, there's a lot of Sonic's caskets here. Oh, I see. So I have to do the challenges, then the combat stuff will be there, and then I'll get the Dream Patrol. So yeah, the Dream Patrol are by far the most annoying aspect of this game, of these things. But so I'm not even sure how many there'd be. I hope there's not going to be many, but I bet there's going to be like 5, maybe 4. But
世に任せよ。
どこを見ている？遅い、雑魚め。目をそらしちゃダメよ。やっせ。
同心いでよ。影と舞い踊る。あまたなる光よ。
oh god damn it!
進みましょう。太平を迎えるために。
任せてください。やっ、気をつけましょうね。
慶主。
しくじった。 天使閉めるわよ。つまらないわ。遅い雑魚。
同心。はっ。これ式。
Yeah, but I totally called that. I said, "Oh, you know what's going to happen? I bet there's going to be there's going to be multiple enemies, so I'll have to relight torch. Like so, each one will like each one when I get one of them to one third, it'll unlight a torch. So you'll have three torches. So my thought was there's going to be three torches, but two enemies. And then, as they said, like every time you do one third damage, they unlight a torch. So I'd have to relight one of the torches. And my other thought was, maybe one enemy, but only one torch, and you'll constantly turn it out, which is exactly what happened. Which is a good progression of mechanics, right? First, it's like, oh, here's three lit torches. Once you get them down, cool. Now, then it's like, here's how to, and the cool thing is that they teach you how to light the torches with the mob, like very well. The lead in is very well done because you're given all the time in the world to light the torch. It's not like you light one torch and then boom, instantly start a battle. It's like no, you have to light all three torches, so you're given the time and you're given the time to like understand how it works at your own leisure. Like you don't have to worry about it. You can kill mobs; they'll just respawn them, and eventually you will light the torch. And you do it three times to really reinforce what you're supposed to be doing. And then monster appears, you kill it, he removes one torch, and then you start over again, right? Or you kill it, he removes one of the three torches you've lit, and then you go to the next torch and do it again, and then the third torch. And this one, it's a continuation of that. It's like now it's just one torch, and they keep the Fey Ignis keep continuing to respawn, which is good. So that you can constantly keep it light. You can constantly keep lighting it. I actually do kind of prefer it this way because the one torch is big enough and you're going to be focusing all your shit in the center. The only issue is just that once you unlight the torch, you have to kind of wait and dodge for the Fey Ignis to charge up its attack to light the torch again, which I think, whatever. I get why they do it, and I understand why it takes some time. It is just delay, but I do prefer this delay versus trying to drag him into another torch's light. So anyway, this is the third of four. Actually, I'm going to go pee while this is paused right now. Go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Now we'll see how the final one's going to be. Maybe this time it'll be the same, except for two enemies.
れぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。一目瞭然。世に任せよ。
素材発見。
はっはっ
借りは返す。つまらないね。
兵士。
まだ改造のや
遠慮せずもらっておきなさい。何事も素早く、いい心がけよ。天使、行くわよ。
素材発見。
や、ご退場願おう。飽きたわ。さようなら。
任せてください。
同心。
まだ満たされない。
使えるものはありませんか？はっはっ近道ですね。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。使えるものはありませんか？世に任せよ。入れよ。一目瞭然。進みましょう。
どこを見ている？奴らを潰しなさい。これで私が諦めるとでも？せい、さあ、
まだ改
行くわよ。
兵士、虹に身を寄せ。心地いい風。 世に任せよ。使えるものはありませんか？一目瞭然。神速果敢。ここからなら進みましょう。
Okay, so there are 3 enemies. Yeah, so there are 3. So that this time it's going to be, I guess, 2 enemies presumably. So you have to keep the torches lit and then beat 2 enemies, perhaps.
世に任せよ。
剣士出番よ。やっほっやっ
任せてください。進化をお見せします。
同心。検証移動。あまたなる光よ。世の光にひれ伏せ。
Ah, shit.
進みましょう。
どこを見ている？行け！雑魚め、目をそらしちゃダメよ。剣士閉めるわよ。
花よ。よいしょ。おい。いけますか？日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。いけますか？
剣士。無に帰れ。しくじった。これしき。
いけますか？
どこを見ている？容赦しない。さあ行くわよ。借りは返す。これで私が諦めるとでも？
同心。
へい。
これしき。
せてください。いけますか？いきますよ。痛いの？飛んでけ。いった。
兵士進みましょう。太平を迎えるために高校一戦。無礼者。
遅い。つまらないわ。
God, this is so fucking annoying. This is like great, awesome. You're just like stuck, unable to do shit. Who doesn't love being unable to do anything? Well, every fucking thing, like, there's just so much shit going on, and then you have to run behind a torch again. Like, realistically, I guess I could have stayed around a torch each time. But like, that's just so fucking annoying. And then like every single one of the I mean, I said only 2 enemies. This time it's 3. Every single time any one of them gets below a certain threshold, it turns off that torch, which is like crap. And so, realistically, I guess actually, that's the thing. Is I had to break 3 torches first, and then the fakeness appeared. So it's like great. And at that point, I guess I should have just stayed around 1 torch. But like the fact that you have to run towards it while also dodging 3 enemies' attacks is fucking annoying. It's just annoying. It's not like it's challenging, it's just annoying. Oh, I got a recipe too.
これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。はっ。 使えるものはありませんか？近道ですね。はっ、これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。世に任せよ。
Oh my god, that is such trash.
さあ行くわよ。借りは返す。
任せてください。進化をお見せします。
兵士入れよ。虹に身を寄せ、これしき夜に帰れ。
花よ。日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。気をつけましょうね。
どこを見ている？これで私が諦めるとでも？そろそろ終わりね。
同心入れよ。あまたなる光よ、世の光にひれ伏せ。
任せてください。
兵士ほっ、進みましょう。
Phew. Yeah, I'm glad the thing was more range than anything. Holy shit! 'Cause like, yeah, that aura was a whole that was
使えるものはありません
worrisome.
か？
But if he had stayed near his little like buddies, that would have been rough. But the fact is, I was able to like just mostly be off to the side while he was doing ranged attacks, which I could avoid and heal through.
これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。進みましょう。
I do like how they make the gondola platforms fast travel planes. I do like that. That is pretty cool. They don't really even need to because like they provide enough like actual fast travel, and then with flight, it's like it's not super necessary, but it is a nice little thing that is just cool to have.
心地いい風。
Okay, this is where I was before. Cool, cool, cool.
世に任せよ。使えるものはありませんか？
剣士出番よ。雑魚め、誰が近づいていいってつまらない。
同心天正移動。ギャー、あまたなる光よ。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。太平を迎えるために。心地いい風。世に任せよ。
どこを見ている。はっ、
花よ。よっと。フォトンシンセシス。
春陽融雪いでよ。無に帰れ。世に任せ。
痛めつけてほしい。何事のすばだ。
同心西に身を寄せ。
へい、
あまたなる光よ。
任せてください。
兵士影と舞い踊る。
ほっ、
使えるものはありませんか。はっ、世に任せよ。横島を取り払え。
どこを見ている。ご退場願おう。やっ、
進みましょう。失礼。 近道ですね。世に任せよ。
せっ覚えてろよ。容赦しない。や
同心いでよ。流天の先へ。進みましょう。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。一目瞭然。心地いい風。世に任せよ。
奴らを潰しなさい。はっ。えい、終わりよ。何事も素早く、いい心がけよ。
Wow, I barely had to move them out.
使えるものはありませんか？
Okay, so there are 4. I haven't done any of them. That's kind of annoying. I think, yeah, these are by far my least favorite thing. I just don't like being like so heavily restricted on stuff. Like I just don't like being so as heavily restricted. It's like, oh, you have to do these specific things, which is like usually they're just really fucking annoying to do. I prefer, but whatever. It is what it is. I'll still do them because like this is the last zone. So basically, after I do this zone, as you can see, 100% for everything else. After I do this zone, I will then start working on some of my character quests. I have Sashi's. Oh, actually, yeah, the weekly thing's passed. I can do. Oh, whoops. Actually, I don't really need. Those aren't special, right? These aren't special. So it seems like this is the zone to farm Faye Ignis if you need. But actually, what I'll probably also want to do is I'll probably go through all my my echoes and start doing the grinding method and reroll or like sacrifice a shitload to get new ones. Mainly because I haven't done it in a while, and I did it a little bit like when 2.0 came out, but then I realized actually since it seems to be random and it seems to be random based on what is in your databank, I should wait until I've gotten all the echoes first, so that I have a chance of getting the new ones. Because obviously the new ones I need the most because Carlotta needs them for her set. Or Carlotta needs them. Yeah, Carlotta needs them essentially, and so it's best to do that first. But like if I scrapped all the ones I had before, then I could miss some good ones. So I could miss the chance of getting good ones for Carlotta. So now I've gotten all the echoes, and then I was just like, well, I'll just wait until I do all my exploration, get all the shit echoes. But yeah, like one thing I dislike about the echoes system, like it's cool that you can continuously farm, and 20% chance is not low enough that you feel like you're wasting your time, but not high enough so that you're constantly getting them. Now, I still think I'd still rather than be 100% because but what's most annoying though about that is that like so for the 1-star echoes, it's like attack percent, HP percent, defense percent. I think like that's the only 3 it can be. But the problem with that is it seems like they're about the same percentage likeliness of getting. Although realistically, it feels like attack percent has like a 20% chance of showing up, and HP and defense are like a 40% chance. So it doesn't feel like it's actually even. But let's assume, for argument's sake, that they are. The problem with that is that so for the 1-cost echoes, you only like 90% of all characters scale off attack. So 90% of all characters want attack percent for that. There's only like one. I think for the characters, I think only like let's check for the characters. I think only. I think she scales off defense. I think. Yeah, so this scales off defense. So we have one defense scaler. He's attack. Maybe she's no, she's attack too. Okay, because I thought she might be HP. So we have one defense, 2 defense. Okay, so we have 2 defense characters, 2 defense scaling characters. What about you? So 2 defense. I think I don't know she's. Okay. Oh yeah, she's offensive, so yeah, she's attack. So we have 2. I know she's attack. So we give 2 defense and 1 HP scaling character. And I think that is it. Because even, and you might think, oh, well, but Rena's a healer. It's like Rena's an attack scaling healer. So it does not matter. Yeah, you're definitely attack. You're definitely attack. So even for her, all of these are attack based. So of the okay, so it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20. Of the 20 characters, of these 20 characters, which I don't have all of them, there are some still standard banner characters I have, like Tiger Boy. I think that's it. And I'm missing Shorekeeper. I don't know. Shorekeeper might be. Let's assume Shorekeeper's an HP. I know she's a healer, so let's assume she's HP scaling. So that we'll have 2 HP scaling and 2 defense scaling. But like that's it. So assuming Shorekeeper is HP scaling, which I'm not 100% sure, then we have 2 HP scaling and 2 defense scaling characters of 20, and we're rounding down because obviously there's 20 right now that I have, and I'm missing 2. Shorekeeper being one of them, so that would actually increase it. But let's for ease of a explanation, 4 of the 20 characters are non-attack scaling, which means 80% of all characters in the game are attack scaling. And with their attack scaling, what do they want for their 1-cost echo? They want attack percent. But attack percent is 1/3 of the echoes you're going to get when you're doing your farming. Like that's what's so incredibly dog shit about this, is that under the assumption that attack, defense, and HP are equal, which it feels like it's not, but maybe it is. Like it could just be one of those things because I'm always in need of attack that it feels like it's not, but it does feel like I'm getting predominantly HP and defense. So like it just feels like shit when you have a very low chance of getting echoes and you need to farm them, and then 2/3 of the time you're not going to get the one you want because 80% of characters scale off the thing that only drops 1/3 of the time. Like that is shit. And the easy way around this, of course, is just to introduce more HP and defense scaling characters, right? Like that's how you do it, you know. And that's the other problem too, is that like so of the defense scaling characters we have. Of the defense scaling ones, we have 1 Electro and 1 Havoc. These are the 2 defense scaling characters. Now, does defense drop for every fucking set? Yes, it does. So basically, even though I only need defense on
ここは俺が出よう。
the sets that these two might use. So let's assume, and they probably won't even need their attack sets, like the DPS sets for those things. Even though we don't need we don't need the Havoc set for her. She'll probably go the energy regen set because she doesn't scale off attacks, so the attack set's not going to be helpful. She'll either go off the healing set or the HP or the energy regen set, and probably the energy regen set because she doesn't heal, so I don't think it matters. The healing set. So she only needs one set. Same for this dude. It's like he'll probably do the energy regen set as well. So basically, the only two defense scaling characters both need the same set. Both can utilize the same set, and maybe 2.0 introduced a new artifacts, a new Echo set that might be good for them. But let's ignore those for now because I'm not 100% sure. But like regardless, like that would just add an additional set. But like there's 10 Echo sets or more, and they can use 2 of them. But defense percent drops on every other set just as equally. So it's like it's crap. It's absolute dog shit. And then same for her. She's HP scaling, but she's an HP scaling healer, so she's only ever going to use the healing set. In fact, in most games in general, like HP is how you scale healing, right? It's commonly used. Genshin has that too for its HP scaling healers. Is that they're increasing their HP percent increases their healing. But she can only use the healing set. So that means every other set is completely useless for her, but HP percent still drops in every other Echo set. Like, that's what's such crap. That's the time I've been playing for 3 hours when my game says that. I've only been streaming for 2 hours and 42 minutes. Or maybe I was logged in for 18 minutes. But anyway, regardless. So, like, that's the shit thing, is that, one, only 20% of the characters need HP or defense percent, but it's 60%. It's 66. It's two-thirds the drop chance for 1-star Echoes. Those two, the characters that do have get those things, like the characters that do need those things, are only needed for 1 or 2 sets, of which it's still dropping. It's still being HP percent or defense percent for every other set as well. So not only is it dropping for sets that they will never ever need, but not only is it like disproportionately dropping for 1-cost Echoes based on the ratio of characters that need it, that can use it, it's also dropping on sets that they'll never use. And the easy way around this is just add more characters that scale off defense, scale off HP, but also can use DPS. So have their DPS scale off their... I mean, because technically that's kind of what she does. Her skill does damage based on her defense. So just do that, right? Like, obviously she's more of a defense character and he's more of a support. But, like, you could still just make more characters that have to scale defense. Like, realistically, it doesn't even matter. Like, you don't even have to make it make sense, right? You can have Mortifi scale off HP for, like, no reason whatsoever. It's like, hey, yeah, you're a HP scaling character. And now when you get HP percent dropping on your 1-cost Echoes for the DPS fire set, like, that's still good. Because he can use that 10% damage bonus in Fusion and all that shit. So it's like, and I guess maybe you could say she could still use the Havoc set because her skill and burst is based on defense, so increasing Havoc damage and stuff. But like, realistically, like, you're using her for an actual utility. And yeah, maybe he can also use maybe you can use the Electro DPS set that you would use for like Inland, perhaps. Maybe there is some viability for it. So, but even still, like, all you're doing is just adding one extra set he can use it. But like, you're still going to get defense percent dropping on non-Electro and non-Havoc sets that no other character can use. So it's trash. So you're just getting so much trash. And I mean, like, that's what gacha games are. Like Genshin has its artifacts. Honkai Star Rail has its relics. Like, every game that has that kind of shit will also have that. And the benefit of this game is that you don't need to that you can continuously farm Echoes forever, right? You can just keep murdering them. Although one thing I do dislike is the fact that, like, so the idea is that, oh, you can just keep, attacking echoes, and you can just keep getting echoes, and that would be fine. But the problem I have with that is that if I continue to farm echoes and kill them, at a certain point, there's a daily limit to the amount of drops that the echoes give. So it's like, oh, you've killed enough echoes? Okay, well, they normally drop this material. They're no longer going to drop that because you've hit your daily cap. And, like, that's bullshit. If you're going to allow us to farm echoes forever, then you shouldn't have a daily cap. Because, like, what if I'm, like, in need of echoes? And, like, I'm busy throughout the entire week. And so I'm like, cool, I'll just do it on the weekend, right? Now you're like, nope, sorry. Like, even though you can spend 8 hours to farm echoes and you feel like farming echoes for 8 hours, after 1 hour, you're essentially, capped out on your drops, so you're no longer doing it efficiently. I just dislike that concept. Like, I wish echoes were more meaningful. I wish there were either more characters that needed HP and defense percent to make HP and defense percent dropping actually not feel as much of as shit as it does. Because you're essentially just, oh, it's HP and defense percent, great, it's trash. Like, no one can use this. Like, there's just realistically no purpose of this at all. It's just a complete waste. It's bad. I don't like how they've done this. And, like, Genshin does it too, but Genshin also has introduced a lot of characters. Well, more HP percent than defense. Like, there aren't that many defense percent characters. There's a few. It's mostly focused around Geo, like how HP percent scaling characters are mostly focused around water. But there just are far more water characters than there are Earth characters. So it's like, but still, there are, like, a lot more characters. But because Genshin's skill ceiling is less, they're able to introduce characters. They're able to introduce more characters, right? Like, they're able to introduce more characters. Like, this game has introduced 2 new 4 stars and, like, 5 new 5 stars. I mean, it's only been like 6 months. It's not like a crazy thing, but, like, they're already on patch 2.0. Like, they got to 1.4 and then went to 2.0. Like, Genshin went to 1.7 before it went to 2.0. So, like, they seem to be going at an accelerated rate, but are not really introducing new 5 stars that frequently. Like, by patch 1.1 or 1.2, they were already doing rerun banners, where, like, Genshin took, like, 6 months to do it. Like, Genshin would be at this point of its life cycle. Genshin, like, by the time this releases 2.0, relatively speaking, Genshin had its first rerun. Because they were introducing only new characters up until that point, with new 4 stars. And, but I do understand, because this game has a much higher skill requirement, that you can't just introduce new characters willy-nilly. They have to be meaningful and useful. But I honestly think they should be introducing more 4 stars to help, more 4-star supports that scale off HP and defense percent to make HP and defense scaling echoes more viable. Because right now it just feels like shit. Where it's just like, yeah, 90% of them are like 90. It's like 95% of them, really, realistically speaking, are just trash and useless. Like, it will never be useful. And it's like, oh, well, you can just scrap them and throw them in the grinder. It's like, yeah, but again, 2/3 of the time when you get a 1-cost echo, it's going to be trash as well. So it's like, 2/3, because it'll be a HP or defense scaling, and then of those HP and defense scaling ones, 95% of them are going to be useless because it's on the wrong set. So it's just like, it's not a good system. And I think it just feels bad, and that's the big problem I find with that. But anyway, we do a bathroom, so I'll be right back.
祈りですか？世が必ずや答えましょう。祈りですか？世が必ずや答えましょう。
Okay, I'm back. Now let's continue.
剣士行くわよ。
同心天正色太平を迎えるためにあまたなる光よ。
どこを見ている？剣士出番よ。剣士閉めるわよ。
花よ。植物だって生きてるんです。
兵士いでよ。さあ雨天の先へ。
どこを見ている？目をそらしちゃダメよ。借りは返す。さあ借りは返す。はっ
同心ギャッあまたなる光よ。
どこを見ている？これで私が諦めるとでも？
気をつけましょうね。
兵士いでよ。虹に身を寄せ。世に任せよ。
容赦しない。やっ何事も素早く。いい
同心天正色雨天の先へ。横島を
God fucking damn it, it's so fucking annoying how to aim! God damn, I fucking lost on the wrong fucking one!
ろそ
It's
ろ
like, dude, stop targeting the wrong fucking one!
任せてください。ひなた
Yeah, and again,
の
I'm
時間ですよ
fucking, God, fuck off! God damn it. It's just so fucking annoying because you have to kill the weak ones. Obviously, kill the weak ones with the resonance damage, but because I'm fucking targeting the wrong fucking ones, I'm never fucking targeting the right fucking ones to be able to do that.
剣士痛めつけてほしい。はっ借りは返す。つまらないわ。やっ
花よ。
どこを見ている。ご退場願おう。借りは返す。おとなしくしろ。飽きたわ。さようなら。あえまだ戦える。
同心。
しくじった。
高校一戦。世の光にひれ伏せ。
There we go. Okay, cool. Now I've done it. I don't have to worry. Jesus Christ, that's fucking annoying. Yeah, like I'm trying to like avoid getting hit. But I'm trying to like avoid killing the ones that are almost
ど
dead.
こを見ている。終わりよ。剣士出番よ。せっよっ。
任せてください。よいしょ。進化をお見せします。
兵士。
But yeah, I always hate these combat challenges because like some of the things they ask you to do, like, and it's like I get it, right? Like they had some weak enemies just so that you can get a few easy wins. But the problem with that is that targeting in this game is such dog shit that trying to actually get the ones you want to get without actually, like, because like if you ever put on the targeting system, like it's already fucked because it's really hard to tell in the heat of the moment who the fuck is targeted. And yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
「心地いい風」一目瞭然。 使えるものはありませんか？
さあ行くわよ。はっ。奴らを潰しなさい。やっ。さあ行くわよ。
心地いい風。世に任せよ。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。
どこを見ている？痛めつけてほしい？誰が近づいていいって？さあ行くわよ。
兵士よっ。無に帰れ。使えるものはありませんか？
剣士行くわよ。目をそらしちゃダメよ。行け。
同心入れよ。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。はっ。
Oh, I see. It's decent one because I think yeah, this is one of the original things. So I see. So the combat events, I just need to go to the three arenas I did before, and the combat events will be at these arenas. Okay, that's why it was locked behind doing this quest.
剣士行くわよ。た終わりよ。剣士閉めるわよ。はっ
同心天正移動。無に帰れ。世の光にひれ伏せ。世に任せよ。
何事も素早くいい心がけよ。遅い雑魚め。さあ行くわよ。つまらないわ。どいてもらおうか。
影と舞い踊る。流天の先へ。
どこを見ている。飽きたわ。さようなら。容赦しない。やっせ
同心はっいでよ。龍輪の力で太平を迎えるために。世に任せよ。
どこを見ている。ご退場願おう。そろそろ終わりね。誰が近づいていいって。
兵士いでよ。天正移動。あまたなる光よ。
どこを見ている。たさあ行くわよ。借りは帰る。
同心いでよ。はっ無に帰れ。
どこを見ている。剣士出番。行け。やっ逃げられると思うな。やっ
これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。
And finally, use an item from your inventory, which itself was made by combining two other items. Movement, combat, talking, and using items is basically all the RuneScape is, and to use all of them in 5 minutes below level, no
剣士痛めつけてほしい。
花よ。大きくなあれ。
兵士天正移動。
Or the humors because of a suggestion from the player Aquamancer, and he had to include the Mizgog slipping you a note bit, as Mizgog was fully voiced already, and they couldn't record any voice lines, even if for that animation. So, nice one, Steve. But while I had lost the decision, I had another question, something that I only just realised and occurred to me during the intro of trees. There is no fact that in the dialogue. If you want to set it before you start moving fast, you need to click off the chat and restart it from the very start. Why is that? You see, at a speed that conversation here mirrors the entire possible script.
進みましょう。 一目瞭然。
Well, oh yeah. Yeah, this is one.
世に任せよ。
せい、遅い、雑魚め。
同心。西に身を寄せ。先行。無に帰れ。
どこを見ている？終わりよ。いや、目をそらしちゃダメよ。
兵士、いでよ。天正色う。あまたなる光よ。太平を迎えるために。
任せてください。はっ、いや、いけますか？
どこを見ている？さあ、行くわよ。
流天の先へ。
飽きたわ。さようなら。容赦しない。
同心。西に身を寄せ。
Okay, cool. Was I able to kill in time?
これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。近道ですね。使えるものはありませんか？ここからなら。心地いい風。世に任せよ。
はっ、ご退場願おう。大したことないわ。さあ、行くわよ。やっせい。痛めつけてほしい。借りは返す。
任せてください。いけますか？植物だって生きてるんです。進化をお見せします。
兵士、
守らなきゃ。
横島を取り払え。はっ、無に帰れ。
どこを見ている？さあ、行くわよ。はっ、借りは返す。借 借りは返す。奴らを潰つまらないわ。
心地いい風。心地いい風。一目瞭然。
Okay, so there's my last combat challenge. Oh, and that's where we fought the last fight. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's the last combat one. I'm missing two of the caskets, but I know one's right next to me. So I just need another one of these. This is about to do, and then I'm almost done. Just I have to find these guys. I can't believe I haven't seen it at all. But that's the problem with Flight is that, and that's generally the problem with like when a game introduces mounts. Like New World, people are always, oh hey, in New World we need mounts. But like you miss out on a lot of things when you have mounts. When you have to run everywhere, you run everywhere, and that's why like people were like, oh, we shouldn't have fast travel, we shouldn't have mounts, is because you know it will force people to walk and they won't miss things. And I have missed like I remember I missed a casket um, in one of like the Alvarado Vault area because I flew across the flew from one part of the coast to another part. And because I flew and went over the water, I missed that there was a resin summons casket near where I would have had to go if I was just going to walk across the land. So, like, yeah, it's a trade-off. Like, the convenience is really nice, and that's why people like it, but it also, you do have to miss out on some stuff like that. Where it's like, yeah, you might have not missed these things if it wasn't, if you had actually had to run across the land yourself.
剣士行くわよ。剣士出番よ。せい。雑魚
兵士影と舞い踊る。ギャッあまたなる光よ。横島を取り払え。
どこを見ている。そろそろ終わりね。えっ借りは返す。えつまらないわ。遅い。
同心入れよ。はっと無に帰れ。
どこを見ている。さあ行くわよ。
使えるものはありませんか？
Oh, cool. There's the last one. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. Is it this one? No, it's further down, I guess. Yeah, this is the one I did before, and I just kind of forgot about the next one.
心地いい風。一目瞭然。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。使えるものはありませんか？失礼。 こからなら。進みましょう。一目瞭然。心地いい風、世に任せよ。
奴らを潰しなさい。これで私が諦めるとでも？
気をつけましょうね。進化をお見せ。植物だって生きてるんです。あ、チャンス。
同心入れよ。ふん。ああ、流天の先へ。世の光にひれ伏せ。
どこを見ている？行け！誰が近づいていい？剣士閉めるわよ。やっ、さあ行くわよ。
兵士。
I might as well turn this in real quick, and then I'll pop back.
ここからなら。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。 一目瞭然。心地いい風。
Oh, they're actually in here. I didn't even think of it. I was not even planning on coming in here because I just kind of forgot about it. I assumed it was just story related, but I guess there's a puzzle. I guess, yeah, one of the dudes is in here.
失礼。
Oh, I was in there. God damn it. I was in that location. I totally didn't see him. That's like I'd gone in from the other end, and I'd gone in a little bit until I could see the bridge, and then I was like, okay, I guess I'll just head back because it looks to be nothing here.
これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。一目瞭然。
Jesus Christ, this goes over way too long a distance. Jesus fucking Christ, to get the... Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. Yeah, I'm just gonna have it, like, travel across 500 feet. It's like, dude, fuck
こ
off.
っちだ
Oh my god, fuck off. Oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. The fact that it keeps going up and down over a humongously long distance. Like, dude, fuck off. Like, why? Like, it's just annoying. You designed it to be annoying. Oh, it's up there. Wait, what? How is this one closer to the... whatever. It's the kind of stupid thing where technically, yes, by meters it might be closer, but because this is above, I can just I can just glide down easier. So it's easier to be here.
偵察ね
Where the fuck is it going?
Yeah.
Like, the fact that it keeps flying above... Oh my god, like, stop going up! What the fuck am I supposed to do with it up? Like, dude, just stop being so fucking annoying! Like, it's up! What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? I can't get up! Oh my god! Fuck, and because I was in the wrong part of my fucking combo, I miss. Awesome! Dude, this zone is like by far the most annoying because they just make it so fucking annoying. They just make it like they make it in the middle of bumfuck nowhere near nothing else, and they also just make them like go up and down. So like every other one was like, oh no, we'll travel across a range, but this one's like, no, we're gonna travel across a range, but then also fly up randomly too, just to fuck you over. I don't know. This zone seems to be like maliciously designed. It's just like, holy shit, this is just so much worse than every other one. Generally don't like the way they've done that one. Because, like, I don't like how there's, like, so many possible places it's going to appear, so you don't know where it's going to appear. So it's just a way to extend the time it takes you to do this, and then it punishes you if you fail too. So you can't just press X, so you have to wait, and then so it's essentially just punishes you because you can't, and it's not even like predictable. It's like, oh, it goes from this one to this one. Like, it's not going like left to right. It's not going right to left. It's just randomly between them, and it's just like, okay, like, then I can't predict this shit, so I can't do well. So you're just wasting my time, wasting a few seconds for me to figure out, okay, which one did it go to? Okay, it's that one. Okay, well, I missed it because, like, they put the zones where you need to hit on one end, and they put it on the end you start with. So you have to wait for it to go all the way to the other end and then back. It's just like, wow, that's just like, it's just bad. It's, I'm not saying it's poor. I don't think, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's bad. The design is fine, but I think the choices they made for that is just bad. I think they're just intentionally time wasting. And like, to be fair, these are like pretty simple things anyway. Like, and you're given enough time where it doesn't really matter too much. But I still think it is kind of annoying that you can't like. It's like there's no way to express your skill really. You can't be like, oh, cool, like I'm gonna get at the I'm gonna get it the second it appears. Like if it was consistent, like it always starts at the bottom part and goes upwards, and then it always goes left to right. You could be like, cool, I'm gonna hit this, and then I know this is gonna start there, and then I know like, oh, I gotta hit it right away. So you could actually like do well if you're good, but like this one you just can't do well because like no one can react fast enough to actually get it for the rand because you won't figure out where it is quickly enough to be able to hit X for when it like immediately appears. Like because like some of them it's like you have to hit X immediately. The second the cursor appears there, you're given like a fraction of a second to hit X, and it takes you it takes you like a fraction of a second to even figure out where it is in the first place. Oh, I see. So once I do each one of their quests, I get
なかなかいいんじゃない？
wait, shit, did I get that? Did I get the chest the last time I did this? No, yeah, I did. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is annoying. That's 300%, right? Skull. Okay, I think that's the achievement that I get for doing 90% or above 90%, right? Let me just go check. Is that the achievement? Freehand circle. Yeah, okay, cool. So I did go back because I was worried that there might have been one that like I knew I had 94 in one, but I think I redid it and got 97 and gave up, and then I went back and just did it now and got 100%. Oh, cool. So I've basically done almost all of the 120 ones too. These are the 220 ones. One I got like absolutely fucked on, and the other, and I don't think I found the other one. Yeah, like Fey Blaze. I don't remember fighting those. Oh, I missed that one. This one is super easy to do. Uh, oh, that's a shame. So, oh, okay. So there's one of them that I think I just brute forced and killed. But if I did all of the things individually, I would have been fine. That's a tough thing. Some of the dreams, like they said that some of the Dream Patrol, like most of the Dream Patrols are just do them in whatever order, doesn't really matter. Or you can do them in one, but it doesn't matter because you still have to kill them all. But there are a few of the Dream Patrol ones that were like, if you do all three of these things in one run, the boss will instantly die. Like they'll just instantly die. Like doing these three things will instantly clear the boss. And they aren't clear which ones they are because visually they look the same because they're all considered Dream Patrol things, and they're not like the 120 ones that are shaded red. When you're like, oh, cool, they were shaded red, they're 120. These ones look identical to the rest, and I don't know. Maybe there's something in the quest itself. Like maybe when I start it and they show the three objectives to complete, maybe there's an indicator somewhere there. And like some of them do clearly say, oh, defeat the enemies. Like some of them like even have a defeat in the thing, like defeating the cuddle bear last. It's like, oh, okay, I gotta defeat the cuddle bear last. Got it. That's what I gotta do. So clearly, beating them all is required. So yeah, I don't think it was super clear. Other than like when you're fighting them, if they're super tanky, if it's one enemy and they're super tanky, that's usually one of the ones. Uh, but yeah, I kind of wish it was a little more clear. Okay, so now it's just the telly. Oh, wait, shit! I gotta open up the map. There we go, 100% in all zones. Now I'll just wrap up all the remaining quests, and I will be done. And I'll start working on the on maybe some others.
世に任せよ。
Oh, I see. It's one of those. Whoops, wrong one. Wait, what happened to Phoebe? I was talking to there was a Phoebe quest. What happened to that? Like she was like showing me around, but I was like, well, I don't want to do quests right now, so I just stopped paying attention to her. But I haven't seen her.
偵察ね。剣士行くわよ。
Oh, we need to beat Lorelei. Oh, okay. Oh wait, no, it is the dancer, not Lorelei. I just go, what the fuck? Oh my god, fuck off! Just get the fuck out! Okay, like, that was weird. I don't know. Why would it pop up? Like, it's so dumb. They're like, oh, defeat Lorelei just because I'm close by. Like, I don't need a fucking indicator to tell me to beat Lorelei. Like,
いでよ。ルに帰れ。
why would defeat Lorelei? Like, you seriously defeat Lorelei? What? Like, I might forget that the reason I'm coming here to defeat her is to, like, what? Why would that even appear? Like, that appeared, so I thought, oh shit, like, that's why I'm here. But, like, no, it's completely separate. And for some reason, they think the player is so fucking stupid that when they get close to Lorelei, they need an indicator to defeat her. Like, there's no quest that needs me to beat her, I don't think. It's the same little marker that appears if you ever approach any other quest icon. Like if you were approaching the book thing where you in the rabbit and follow the path to collect the pages, and like fine, sure, like when you get close, sure, it's 100%. But like defeat what? Why would that even appear? Like I don't need that to appear. Like no other elite boss, I don't think. The Ascension material like boss, I don't think none of them give you a indicator to defeat her. Like, unless there's some sort of unless maybe there's a quest thing. Maybe I need to beat her for a quest. I'm not sure. Like I don't think there's a quest that needs it, so it's kind of weird. I mean, that's the whole thing that she was saying. Oh, well, like you, that's such blasphemy. Like, no, I mean, like, you yourselves are presupposing the Sentinel's desire. You're saying, because like I was saying, like maybe she's not like literally telling you what to do. She was just acting as guidelines. Like, oh, it's blasphemy. It's like, well, no, isn't it's just as blasphemous for you to presuppose what the Sentinel is thinking as well. You're assuming the Sentinel means this, 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 and this, but you have no proof of that, and you're just making rules around that. And it's like, oh, it's blasphemy if I give you what I think the Sentinel's thinking. It's blasphemy, but you can say whatever the fuck you want about what the Sentinel's thinking, and it's not like, yeah. But I mean, that's just how religion is, right? I mean, that's why schismism religion even exists. It's because they're like, oh, we're going to interpret what happened. We're going to interpret these events like this, or we're going to interpret what they said like this, and the different interpretation leads to different sects within a religion.
一目瞭然。
剣士行くわよ。そろそろ終わりね。借りは返す。
気をつけましょうね。痛いの飛んでけ。
同心。
あまたなる光よ。
Yeah, and again, this is just reiterating the same thing I said before that was really inconsistent, is that the the um, the stained glass window was telling us, oh, look, back at like long ago, there was this war between these two gods, one the Sentinel, one the Thermodian, and the Sentinel, bleeding led to the Dark Tide appearing, and then the first Primus who founded, like, beat back the Dark Tide and founded the Order. And then the Holy Maiden appeared, right? And so the weird thing is, of course, they keep saying, "Oh well, 20 years ago the Dark Tide happened," and it's like, look, Dark Tide, and then His Holiness Fenrico, who he's maybe now the Primus, but like he didn't found the Order, because you keep saying the Order's been existing for ages. Like you're saying, oh, the tenets something to pass along the ages. So again, you're alluding that the Order was founded ages ago, but we were told on the stained glass window that the Order was founded after the resolution of the Dark Tide. So maybe there are two Dark Tides, perhaps. And we were also told that the Order is also trying to hide the history written within the stained glass windows. So you could be like, oh well, maybe they're just trying to like hide that and say that that's what it was. But it's like, well, no, because like the Dark Tide was 20 years ago. Like any moron could realize, oh wait a minute, the Order existed before 20 years ago. Therefore, like your story is bullshit, right? Unless they're trying to say, oh, well, no, like, yeah, it's so weird, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And so it could possibly be that they intentionally made it not make sense. So they're like, oh, no, like, that is the true history, and what the Order is pushing is untrue. But the weird thing is, it's like, how does, like, the Order, because like, you're changing how the Order was founded, and the Order was founded after a Dark Tide, but then, like, you're also saying, oh, well, this Dark Tide. So unless Dark Tide is just synonymous with Tacit Discord invasion, which it kind of is, but then they keep reiterating, oh, well, the Sentinel was wounded, and that's how this most recent Dark Tide formed. But it's like, well, so she was wounded back then and now? Like, she just keeps getting wounded? Like, what's up with her, right? And they haven't properly explained that. Now, it's possible that they, like, the people in charge of the Order wound, or at least the Serenity worshippers, wounded her again 20 years ago, and that's what caused the latest Tacit Discord thing. Because we did see briefly when in the very beginning of Act 1, we did see the woman chained up with a stake through her chest. So it could be that, yeah, she was attacked again. So it's hard to say, like, was she been like that for 20 years, or has she been like that for ages, right? We don't know. And the problem is that you might think, oh, well, maybe this inconsistency is intentional, right? Maybe they were like, oh, well, actually, that's because we're foreshadowing something that's going to be revealed later. And that could be something, but the problem is they've just been inconsistent with their story in pretty much every single patch they've ever done. So it's just like, do I trust them to be actually foreshadowing, or did they just fuck up once again, right? I'm thinking they fucked up once again, and it's inconsistent. And regardless, it should, like, regardless if you're trying to foreshadow something, like, you should have people address the inconsistency within the game. Should be people, but wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Like, they told us this, and then maybe, like, allude to something to be like, oh, don't worry, we understand. Like, basically, we need the game to acknowledge the inconsistency and give us a nod to be like, yes, we get that there's an inconsistency, and we are going to explain it, right, at some point, right? But that's the problem, is they never do the nod. They never acknowledge the fact that they fucked up the story. So, and then just oftentimes they just don't ever explain it ever. Like, oh, we fucked up the story? Okay, we're just moving on. Like, never acknowledge that they did it. Just like, and just makes you think that they just fucked up, and they just didn't even know, they're not even aware they fucked up. And so it just, makes me not really trust their writers. So I can't give them the benefit of the doubt when there is an inconsistency, just because their track record is absolute shit. And that is the odd thing too. It's like, oh, and I get you. Sure, I understand you. You are definitely young, so you don't know the older versions of the Tenant. But you are also not there are older people than you. So, like, sure, he first of all, even if he did, like, create a new set of Tenants, there's no way in hell he would be, like, he maybe he was able to rush it and get it published within a year, but there's no way, like, that version would have been, like, pushed out to everybody that quickly. So maybe a year or two, and now the new version of the Tenants is now, pushed out. But, like, what about the people older than 20 years, right? Like, what about the people who are in the church who are now in their 40s, right? Who were 20 when, this all this happened. Like, they would be aware of this stuff. That's why it's so weird that he's trying to essentially change history with a bunch of people who lived through history. Like, it's just like, yeah, I know you experienced this tragedy, but I'm going to tell you why, I'm going to tell you why your experience before that was wrong, even though you lived through it. It's like, what? Is there supposed to be is there supposed to be lyrics with this? That's what I find like odd. Like obviously we're hearing the melody, but like, is there supposed to be lyrics? It's just like, oh, it doesn't praise the Sentinel enough. I'm like, what? So I mean, it's a hymn, right? So you would assume there's some sort of like lyrics, but like, yeah, there's no lyrics, so it's hard for us to understand. Like, they just keep, and again, it's just an inconsistency where it's like, oh, here's the song, literally no lyrics, and it's like, well, it's not praising the Sentinel enough. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, there are no lyrics. Of course, I can't praise the Sentinel. But they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna ignore that. Like, we're like, I don't know. Like, I get it, sure. Like, it obviously, would be more effort to create a. What's this? Is this the? Oh, I see. This is probably part of the quest, right? Yeah, yeah. And then we're gonna go in there. I did notice that there was a thing that was always grayed out, and I was like, what is this grayed out thing that I can't get to? It was right here, and I was going in this empty thing. I'm like, I don't see it. It says that there's something there. Yeah, this archive thing. It said it's essentially this. But I just didn't know what the fuck it was. And that's what I found like weird. Like, oh yeah, after the Dark Tide, it was buried beneath the Nimsenka. So 20 years ago, they buried this entire thing. Like, what? Like, how are they able to do all the shit they've done in 20 years, right? They're like, oh yeah, all this stuff happened after the Dark Tide, after the Dark Tide, after the Dark Tide this happened, after the Dark Tide this happened. It's 20 years ago. You can't bury shit, right? Unless this already existed. And maybe it was. Maybe this existed as it was, and they meant bury as in like we put these new things down there after the thing. Sure. What? What? Why? Why even? Then just don't allow us to get to this. Like, why put an invisible wall here? Just don't design it in a way that you can. Like, obviously, I saw that you were supposed to go down, right? And you're supposed to glide and shit. But like, why even allow me to get over to there if you're just gonna lock it down?
心地いい風。
I mean, it looks very pretty, but like, yeah, it's just like, why don't you just design that to be a wall then? If we're just supposed to go down and fly.
任せてください。よっと進化をお見せします。
同心。世に任せよ。無に帰れ。
どこを見ている。終わりよ。容赦しない。いや、遅い。雑魚め。
兵士天正異論。ギャー流天の先へ。
I see, so that's the way to get back to where I was. Did I miss treasure or something? It's like, why would you have an ability to go... Oh, wait, no. No, I missed any treasure. Why would you have the ability for us to go back then? That kind of seems weird. If there's no need to go back ever, like, why have a method? Like, I get if there was something missable. Like, oh, whoops, you missed this thing? Cool, like, we have a method of you going back, but, like, there's nothing here, so why even have a method?
Nani goto mo subayaku, ii kokorogake yo. Sorosoro owari ne.
同心入れよ。あまたなる光よ。世の光にひれ伏せ。進みましょう。心地いい風。
Wait, what? I really hate how the fucking lines stay on the field after they've gone past.
And the problem is, because, I mean, I do think it's a good idea that you have a top-down view so you don't miss some shit, but the problem is that, so not only do the lines stay on the field after they've passed, so that after, So you don't know which of the red lines are the bad ones and the good, or versus the good ones. But you can't change the angle to see where the actual attacks are coming from to figure out which ones are good or bad. You're just locked in a top-down thing that will fuck you over sometimes.
一目瞭然。これぐらいいくらでも用意させますよ。
I really, really hope how they explain how this is supposedly a repository for, like, knowledge. It's like, what, this place is a huge open area with, like, it's not a library, it's not like how are you storing shit here?
Sa, 行くわよ。借りは返す。ザコメ。
任せてください。
つまらないわ。
痛いの飛んでけ。冷静に。大きくなあれ。
兵士いでよ。影と舞い踊る。
Awesome. Who doesn't love to be stopped midway so you can fucking waste your fucking combo? Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. Because it's for some reason I'm not moving the way I want. Like it's just like, nah, are you fucking kidding me? God, this is such trash. I'm trying to move along the pathway, but they're like, nah, you're not gonna move along the pathway. We're just gonna like force you down this path. Like we're gonna like not let you move the way you want, and we're gonna like change camera angles and like force you along these stupid bullshit. It's like, like, can you like not please? Like, because the problem is camera angle really fucking matters for this shit. So like the fact that it's constantly changing the camera angle, just not letting you like move it properly, and like forcing you along paths. Like your movement is hampered at times and not at other times. So like you end up fucking up your controls because you're like, oh, I need to go here to get this, and they're like, nope. I mean, okay, cool. So, like, we obviously heard some, like, heresy, quote-unquote heresy. That's all cool. That's all well and good. God, 6-1.
ご退場願おう。せ。つまらないわ。逃げられると思うな。
任せてください。
兵士
なあれ
出よ。通天の先へ。
どこを見ている。終わりよ。飽きたわ。さようなら。
同心。あまたなる光よ。
Oh, I see. It's all three of them combined. I thought it was just one. I thought one was called. I see. So it's like it's stored in phantoms, not an actual book. So that does beg the question of what the fuck's in this realm in the first place. Oh my god! Look at that filthy heretic. How dare she thank the Sentinel and lots of people? Clearly a notorious heretic.
使えるものはありませんか。
Well, that's the weird thing is that like she thanked the Sentinel for guiding us there. So like, but yeah, it is kind of weird that I mean I get it, right? Like essentially, the Sentinel helped guide us there. The Sentinel's helping us, but like we shouldn't overly rely on the Sentinel, and we need to like we need to like strive to make the world a better place, right? And the Sentinel will be there to help us, but not like to be there to do everything. And the Order's like, no, the Sentinel is doing literally everything. Everything good in the world is because the Sentinel is, and so you need to have faith in the Sentinel, which is essentially to solidify their own power. Because if humanity's supposed to like build themselves up and do everything, then the Sentinel is just kind of like a moral guideline where it's like you wouldn't really need to rely on it, therefore you wouldn't need to rely on the Order. But if they make everything reliant on the Sentinel, then the Order, which speaks for the Sentinel, becomes quote unquote more important. Yeah, and so basically what she just said was, oh, okay, well then I don't care. I don't care what the Sentinel wants. I'll just follow the Order, because the hymn, because like the Carnival is supposed to be a hymn for the Sentinel, and the music we found was music for the Sentinel. Music by and for the or not by the Sentinel, but like for the Sentinel. So she's like, oh, I don't give a shit then. The Order helped me, and that's kind of the insidious nature about like stuff like that, is that they do a lot of nice things, right? They're doing a lot of nice things, and she says, oh, okay, cool, like, the Order helped me in my time of greatest need when the Dark Tide came and fucked things over. But what's very, very likely is that the Order was probably the one that actually fucked over the world in the first place. So it's very likely that it was the Order that caused the Dark Tide. I think Threnodian worshippers got into the Order, or Threnodian worshippers caused the Dark Tide, and now they're in the Order to essentially subvert people's beliefs. So I think a lot of the people, or at least some of the people at the head of the order, probably caused, directly or indirectly, the dark tide. The one that happened 20 years ago. See, this one has lyrics. Oh, cool! I got the Is this a little orange about? I got I got the sparkly version of the whatchamacallit. Nice. I'm actually curious if every single one of them has a sparkly version. I don't think so, but like I have in a few, so I'm not like sure. I don't know if it's a random chance because I do know that there's the one in the shitty area of Long Long that like seem to always appear. So I don't know if it's just random chance and some are guaranteed and some or but yeah. I'm not sure. Wait, what is that? Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought so. Nice, I got them all. I got every single one. That's background music. Wait, does that mean if I said it's background music, is that like this will literally play no matter where I am in the game? Okay, there we go. This should be max now. There we go. Got everything out. I got everything. 100% for everything.
祭司の予言通り、あなたに会いに来ました。 祭司の予言通り、あなたに会いに来ました。祭司のこの時代、この場所であなたという打ち手に出会えた。これ以上の幸運はないわ。
Well, maybe I should make her first, because that's pretty hot.
そんなに驚かないでちょうだい。
この時代、この場所であなたという打ち
Hello there, how's it going? Why do I have two of these? Cool.
「進みましょう。失礼。
Oh, I play a bunch. Let's see, this is probably a trap. There it was.
いでよ。
I like to play a lot of RPGs, games with good stories,
ルに
and then
帰れ。
also this one. Oh, I see. This is the Phoebe quest. Oh God, no! This game is absolute trash compared to the good ones. I play games for the story, and what I find the most annoying about this game is this. Well, actually, no, I find the combat the most annoying because of how because of the skill requirement. But the story is not really good. It's okay. Like they're able to write each scene well, but they are really bad at connecting scenes. So they end up like introducing all these like discrepancies between these scenes where like they just contradict themselves and they just can't seem to like complete things correctly. They're just like, yeah, there's it's like there's chunks missing in between the scenes that they write, and you're just like, what? Like, how did that happen? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But they just are like, nah, we're just not going to explain it. Moving on. And so they have interesting moments, but like they're just kind of not really ruined, but they're definitely like just it happens a lot. Like in literally every patch, they've introduced some part of their story, and there's just something wrong with the story. I would not say every single quest is is like this, but like yeah, the big ones always seem to have some issues. And like this is a great example of this, right? To this day, it remains a testament to bygone greatness. Yeah, bygone greatness. So they were saying, "Oh yeah, like this place looks amazing, looks very pretty. It's a testament to bygone greatness." And the Carnival instance they're talking about was one. Actually, well, technically that was 10 years ago, but it's either 10 or 20 years ago. But it's like so somehow they were able to make that humongous fucking tower. Yeah, and it's considered bygone greatness. Like, are you kidding me? Like, they're just so inconsistent with the timeline of this game, and they just really need to work on that. And they just keep messing up. Like, Act 1.0 was really shit. Like, everyone kind of acknowledges that, and then 1.1 was better, and 1.3 was okay. I mean, and that's the thing is, like, again, people will say, "Oh, this is much much better," and it kind of is, but they still keep doing the same mistakes over and over again. And so I kind of wish they were better. And like, and you know, it doesn't help that like what I was playing before this was Cyberpunk 2077, and like that's a good game with a good story. And in fact, once I wrap up this, like today, I just finished up all my exploration in the 2.0 areas. So like the only things I have left to do are all like the random little side quests, and then I have some character quests to do. And then once I'm done with that, essentially, I've beaten all the content the game has to offer. So I'll go back to Cyberpunk. And so just like when I play other games, the other games have better stories. When I play other gotcha games like I'm playing, Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, both of those have a better story than this game. And it's not like this is bad, but just when your competitors are better, it really just begs the question why play this game, which is kind of reflected in its sales. Its sales are much much worse than Genshin or Honkai. But I do think that that's also caused by the fact that the combat in this game is much more involved. Well, not really involved, but it has a higher skill ceiling, where like oftentimes like the whole point of the game is to dodge attacks, and it's very punishing. And so you're just not going to appeal to a wide audience. Yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 is a really really good game. It had some issues on launch, but essentially by the time like I think 2 to 3 years after its initial launch, they introduced their 2.0 expansion along with their DLC. So essentially, they made a 2.0 version of the game when they introduced the DLC, and it changed a lot of the old systems. In fact, I would say not even a lot, but like all of the old systems. Like they changed how you level, like how the skills and all that shit. And I only played it after they released that patch. I mean, and everyone, if you played the base game, you got that patch for free, and it's just you didn't get the DLC. You have to buy the DLC to get the DLC content, but that base changing of the systems and stuff were implemented for everyone for free if you bought the game. And the game is really cool. Like, it's really, really cool. The storytelling is really interesting. It's really gritty. There's a lot of fucked up shit that happens. It's really cool. And like it's obviously a different market, right? Like this is more of an anime game, so it's going to be relatively, relatively more tame and more child friendly. And Cyberpunk is, a mature game. Pretty sure it's rated M for mature, so it's like obviously you can do more there. But yeah, storytelling is really really good for that. I really enjoy that game. But with with this game's 2.0 coming out, I was like, okay, well, I haven't played this game for 6 months. Basically quit in 1.1. And so I was like, yeah, sure. I heard a lot of good things. So I'll come back and blasted through the content I'd missed since I hadn't been playing and then got into this 2.0 thing. And so basically for the past like week or two, I think 2 weeks maybe, or maybe 1 week. I'm not sure how long when it was released. I've been basically playing this game and now I'm almost done. I'm almost wrapped up all the stuff I've been missing, and then I'll honestly considering I'll obviously stop playing because like I've caught up with everything. But I'm honestly thinking I'll just stop playing again until like 3.0 comes out because it's like this game isn't that good, and it's not really good enough to like I like Genshin. I enjoy playing Genshin, so I'll play that. I'll pop in every single day to to do my dailies and play some shit. But like this game just doesn't have that appeal. Um, it's definitely more frustrating, and some of the things are just poorly designed. But it's not so poorly designed where you're like, oh, this is a shit game. It's just like it could be good. It's the kind of weird thing where it's like it's good on the cusp of great, but they just keep fucking up so many things that you're just like, well, it's good, and it's kind of disappointing because you're like, man, like you could be good if you just stop fucking up over and over and over again. You could be great if you wouldn't stop it. Like it's different than another game where you're just like, this game is just good. Like it's solidly good. It's not close to great, but it is a really good game, just not a great game. And it's not this because this one's kind of close. You're just like, it's just it's more disappointing when it fucks up, and it just keeps doing it over and over and over again. It's like, oh my god, it's just hard to take the story serious when they don't take them when like they don't take the story serious. It's like they don't even play their own game type shit. Where it's like, are you listening to this? Like, are you actually like reading your story like back to back so you understand? Like, right, and yeah, hard to complain. And like, obviously, it's a live service game, so it comes out over time. So if Cyberpunk just plopped everything out, and then you could do the entire game in one sitting, and then the DLC is its own little thing. So you know, definitely, I think it makes it easier to write a story because you can be like, cool, we're gonna have a beginning, middle, and end. Whereas this game, like live service games in general, like if you specify, well, for story-based ones, obviously there are live service games like Call of Duty that doesn't have to worry about story, but like Genshin, as an example, has to like plan ahead. Now, me side seemed interesting, but I don't really care as much of the psychological horror, and Infinity Nikki is just like too I don't know. It's too cutesy for me. Like it doesn't seem like there's actually much story. Like I play games for the story, and I play games for the story, and this and so Infinity Nikki is just kind of like not really enough story from what I've seen. Seemed interesting, but like with all the puzzles and shit, but it's just too cutesy and not enough story. Kind of it's a kind of like an Animal Crossing. It's like an anime version of Animal Crossing, and I'm just like I'm not really into that game either. And so yeah, once I finish and so like yeah, like but when you're doing stories like for live service games like this, you got to plan ahead. And like that's why Genshin has planned ahead. Like even before Genshin even first came out, they released a video which essentially told us 4 years ago which countries we would see in order, and even showed splash art for some of the characters from each of those countries. So like even 4 years ago, Genshin already kind of knew where the story would progress, and it seems like this game just doesn't do that. Like it feels like they just don't plan ahead at all because they just keep contradicting themselves over and over again and just write the story kind of subpar. Like it's good enough to be okay, but it's not really good. And when you compare it to other games, other live service games like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail, they just do it better. And I would still say like Genshin and Honkai Star Rail don't do it as well as a released game like Cyberpunk or a game that or like Final Fantasy 16 or something, a game that comes out where you're like, cool, I have this game, I can play from beginning to end. There we go, I got the entire story. Like live service games are a little rough because they they kind of like end up adding in filler and adding a little and like can be bogged down, and the fact that you like play it over such a long period of time means that you are going to kind of miss out on some of the story elements because like it's just been so long, like you might have forgotten some shit, like the Cherubert stuff in Genshin. Like you met him like a literal year, like you met him in Sumeru, and then when we're like there's a Sumeru quest, like, and then a year later there's a Fontaine quest that like had a callback to him, and it was like, oh cool, this guy's back again, and you're like, oh shit. But like if you're playing it sequentially, like you just started playing the game right then, you could play through it and see it all sequentially. But like for people who've been playing it since the beginning, that was a literal year in between those quests. So like it's easy to forget a character like that, um, and forget like the context of how you met them and all that shit. So live service kind of suffers from that if you play them consistently. If you play them as a live service, um, so if you play them sequentially. Like that's kind of what I did for this game when 2.0 was about to come out. Like a few days before it came out, I started playing and just blasted through all the story. Although it seemed like there wasn't actually much story. I'd already finished the story of 1.1, the Mount Firmament shit, and all I did when I came back was there was like one or two like one or two exploration quests I hadn't completed, so I just quickly did those, and then started on 1.3, and that was it. It was just the exploration quest, the 1.3 story quest, which didn't take that much time. I did it in like a day, and then it immediately started at 2.0. So like there wasn't much shit, but yeah, yeah, I do it for the story. So if it has a good story, I might play it. So like Cyberpunk, I'm gonna finish Cyberpunk. So I was a little distracted. I ended up doing every single NCPD and Cyber Stalker or Cyber Psycho thing. Like I've done all the side content, like literally everything. I've like 100%ed every single zone in Cyberpunk. The only things I have left to do are the side quests and the main quests. Like, and not even like the side quests. Like I've done most side quests, but like there's one. I haven't done Pan Am's side story quest, and I haven't done um, some like racing side quest that I'm not even sure what it's about. I think it's like those two are the only actual side quests I have left on my map. Although I do know Pan Am's one is going to be like an extensive one, like it's going to be a multi quest chain, and then there's the final story quest series. I'm only at the point where I'm going to break into the Arasaka facility so I can uh, manipulate Hanako's float. So I guess we can talk to her during parades. Like I'm pretty early on. Like I barely did the main story quest. I was doing like literally everything else. Like I've done all the gigs. I've done everything else. And so yeah, basically um, once I wrap up this and do the character quest, I might even not even do the character quest. Who knows what I feel like. Because Cyberpunk's a really fun game. I really enjoy it. Like my character's like super stacked, and I'm going for like a hacker build, and so it's like really good because like hacking is like so broken because I can do a synapse burnout and it'll instantly kill an enemy. So I just load a hack and they instantly die. And it makes like stealth missions so easy because like a lot of the stealth missions you do, it's like you just can't be caught. You can't alert the enemy, but if the enemy doesn't see you or track you or trace you down, um, you're still considered stealth. So you can just synapse burn out anybody, and the only time you ever get fucked is if you don't kill them in one shot, which some of the stronger enemies you can't. But if you don't kill them in one shot, then they can start tracing you. But if you're able to kill all the little tiny small enemies, what you can do is just kill the big guy last, and just stack two hacks on them and kill them. And if they're the last one, they can't trace you. It's if you don't kill the main dude, then any of his allies can start tracing you. But if you've already killed them first, then yeah. So like I've done so many stealth missions where it's just like I just murder everyone, and because I do it via hacks, they don't see me, and I get away with it. And it's considered stealth, which is pretty funny. I mean, because she's blonde. She's just a blonde. I mean, she's blonde and she's like dressed in a proper attire. Like she's blonde, has the hat, but obviously like Navia's more dark colors and she's not. But let's take a picture of her. Care. There we go. Wait, what? Is it capture the wisp? I did capture the wisps. Oh, those wisps. Like capture the wisps. It's like yeah, like I did. Aren't those purple things the wisps?
任せて。
剣士出番よ。おとなしくしろ。
同心入れよ。
Sure, what's up? What question do you have? Eh, it depends. Like, people people recommend against it mainly because the whole purpose is that, like, in his field he converts any normal attacks to pyro damage, and there are some instances where you don't want that. But typically, it's like when you want to, um, like when you do a lot of normal attacks. Now, there are a lot of characters that also infuse their own weapon with their own element, and I think that overrides Bennett's thing, so it wouldn't so Bennett's thing wouldn't matter. But there are some instances where you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to do a lot of normal attacks, and now Bennett is C6, and like their normal attacks will be, pyro, and you might not want that. But generally, I would say, I mean, I did it because I don't care. I don't use Bennett at all, um, and I think it's more useful than not because it allows your normal attacks to have an element, and you usually don't use your normal attacks. Like, your normal attacks usually don't matter, like the damage they do. But the main point was that, typically every user, every DPS has a goblet saying, "Oh, I'm going to increase, elemental. I'm going to increase, my hydro damage." And if Bennett overrides your attacks, your normal attacks, then if you're doing it, yeah. And the problem is, so it really is just like, and it was more of an issue back in the day when, like, people were actually using physical damage. Like Eula as an example. Eula would be really, really bad with Bennett at C6 because Eula does physical damage, and you would equip Eula with a physical damage goblet. So you'd want to make sure her normal attacks are doing physical damage. Now, she still does, well, she still does physical damage via her scale and burst, even though it also does some cryo. Um, but you would then not be able to use Bennett with Eula. Yeah, and even, well, and that's the thing is, even with Kaching, when you do her skill, she'll infuse her own weapons with Electro, and I don't think Bennett's overwrites that. I think any character that infuses their own weapon with an element takes priority. So, not C6ing Bennett was more for, like, way back when at the start of the game, but now there just are so many characters that either infuse their own elements or their damage is not really reliant on their normal attacks. So it kind of becomes a moot point. So I would do it simply so I don't see the stupid little, like, exclamation point saying, "Hey, you still have something to do with this character." Um, but there are some there are some specific scenarios where it's like you wouldn't want it, and you can't undo a C6. Like, once you put it in the constellation, you're locked in. You cannot undo it. There's no toggle for that shit. So if you come across a situation where you don't want to infuse characters with pyro, if it would be overwritten. Now, I'm not sure, like, how thoroughly it's been tested. Like, as an example, like Chong Yun's skill field. Well, that infuses all your normal attacks with cryo. Like, what happens when you do Bennett's burst and Chung Yun's field, which takes priority. Like, I don't know if there's been thorough testing on that shit to see which is overwritten, and so you could maybe, if Bennett's takes priority, then Chung Yun's skill just would not work with him, because you wouldn't be able to infuse your blades with cryo, and that might be a thing for you. So, hard to say, but generally I would say 99% of the time it won't matter. So 99% of the time C6 Bennett will perform exactly the same as C5. Because, like, even if you infuse your normal text with pyro, it doesn't really matter. Like, it would just be that you might accidentally trigger reactions. So if you're trying to trigger a specific reaction, you're like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do aggravates. And if you have Bennett's field, you might not do aggravates, and you might do burgeons instead, because your normal pyro attack might be triggering something. So it's like, yeah, that could happen. But again, as I said, like, it's a 99%. 99% of the time, it won't matter. You won't really see a noticeable difference in anything. It's just that, like, if you were trying for a specific thing, a very specific thing in a very specific team comp, yeah, you could screw yourself out of it. So it's safer not to do it than just to leave everyone performing their normal. Like, leave everyone alone. But personally, I would just do it, because there are some advantages of it doing it too, right? Like, with you in Bennett's burst, if you could now be infusing pyro, and so any other characters, like, so for example, Ganyu, if you do Ganyu's burst and then you do Bennett's burst, now Ganyu will be cryoing the enemies, and your normal attacks will be melting them. So, like, there are things you can do with it, and there are things that you can't do, like, that can be a little more annoying, but I would say its advantages outweigh its negatives. And I think the reason why people were saying no, don't do it, was something that it's kind of like what people were saying, honestly, in the first year of it's something that, like, really was more of an issue in the first year of Genshin, when, like, people actually were doing physical damage, and so this would fuck that up. Like, I do know, like, physical official was a thing, and people were like, oh yeah, physical damage, but then physical damage has really fallen off as team comps, so it's like, it's really not useful. And it's really not, like, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. And things have changed a lot. I mean, jungling is super useful. I don't think, but yeah, I think people tried physical. People are trying physical everything, because, like, physical is the easiest thing. That, like, there just haven't really been that many physical main DPS at all. Like, Eula is pretty much the only real main physical DPS, and they've added characters that kind of buff that. Like, we have Yunjin, we have Mika. I think there was another person. Yeah, like, Mika increases attack speed. I think Yunjin also increases attack speed and then and does also this additional damage. Increases the damage of normal attacks. So, like, but yeah, pretty much everyone else has. You're usually using them for their elemental skill, or their elemental burst, or they're a type of character that infuses their own element with their own shit. Or, like, if they're a catalyst user, it doesn't matter, because the catalyst user will always be their own element. But then, like, the other characters, like Keqing, even, it's like, yeah, Keqing can do normal attacks, and she does do her normal attack a lot, but you should be using her electro set, which means if you trigger an electro reaction, then you reduce the cooldown of her skill, and when you use her skill, she'll infuse her blade with electro. So ideally, what you're trying for with Keqing is to keep her blade infused with electro 24/7. So, like, then Bennett's thing doesn't really matter, because a character's own imbuement always takes priority, and there's a lot of characters that imbue their weapons with their elements. So it's like, the negatives about Bennett C6 has gotten less and less as people realize physical sucks, and more characters just aren't affected. Or if you play them correctly, they aren't affected. Because obviously, if you just never use Keqing's skill, yeah, sure, you'll be affected, but that's not how you should play her. And I do think the infusing just adds extra choices too, because you can just be like, yeah, sure, I'll throw in an extra normal attack before I continue. Like, you could have Kaching throw in a normal attack after her skill gets done and overload them away. I think so too. It's been complained about. People have complained about it. I think generally it doesn't matter because, like, for the most part, it's more of a content creator type thing. Because the reason why people want a toggle is so content creators can turn it off to showcase, like, how much power, like, do actual, like, testing and stuff to see how much power each constellation gives. And then once they C6 them, they can't go back and do a C0 showcase. So it's more of a content creator thing. And mostly it's because, like, constellations are just power bonuses. But yeah, I mean, there are normal players too who C6 something and we're like, oh, actually, I'd like to try out a C0 team. I can give that a shot, see how, like, to challenge themselves, kind of. And yeah, like, it should be. Like, there's no real reason to not have it. Having extra options is never a bad thing. So yeah, I do think, yeah, you should throw it on. Like, there's no reason not to. Maybe at some point they will, but, like, it's hard to say because, like, generally it seems like Honkai Star Rail is a good indicator for what potential quality of life things Genshin might receive. Because, like, oftentimes they'll do something in Honkai Star Rail first, and then you'll see a similar thing appear in Genshin. So I haven't seen Honkai Star Rail do something like that with toggleable Eidolon, so I don't know if Genshin's never going to do it. But I do know people have been complaining about it for a while, so maybe at some point they'll do it. Oh, cool. So because I did that fight already when I first explored, even without the quest, it still counted as it being completed. Unless I didn't actually have to fight, but it did say that. No. I'm doing all the side quests. So, like, the first thing I did when coming to this zone was I did all the story quests first because I just wanted to, like, get that out of the way. I want to do it, like, back to back. So right now so then after I doing the story quest, like, I finished that a few days. Like, it was not that long, so that took me like a day or two to do it. So now I'm just doing all the exploration. As you can see, everything's now at 100%. So, like, today I just wrapped up these two areas, and now everything's at 100%. So if we can see 100% for everything here, 100% for everything here. I already had this done at 100%. But yeah, so. And now I'm just wrapping up all the little side quests, which are not, they don't count, these little side quest things don't count towards the main story, or they count towards the progress. So I'm just wrapping up all this stuff, and then once I finish up all the little side quests, and then I'll just probably stop playing this game. I'll probably wait till, like, 3.0 comes out and then play it again, maybe. We'll see. I definitely have issues with the way the story is told. It feels like the writers aren't even trying, or, like, they're not paying attention to their own story. And so it's kind of hard to take the game seriously when, like, they don't take the game seriously. And they just don't seem to plan ahead. But they do, like, there are some, it's like the game's not, like, terrible, it's not, like, not fun to play, but, like, you know, I play a game for the story, so it is disappointing when they just, like, they just keep saying things that are contradictory. Like, I even made a tweet in the character quest for one of the new characters. I made a tweet where I screenshotted her saying, "Oh my, like, this thing is so bulky and really hard to move. We're gonna the only place he could have hidden it was over there. Let's go look for it." And then the thing that was super hard to move fit in her palm of her hand. So, like, the quest dialogue was like, "Oh man, this is gonna be like, it's really hard to move this thing. There's only a few places where he could have hidden it." And then cut to at the end of the quest where we're actually holding it, and she's holding it in the palm of her hand. I'm like, wait, that's the thing that's really hard to move? Like, what? It's and that's just, like, one example. There's just so many instances where they're just, like, do things that just don't make sense, like, or contradict what they've said previously. And like the timeline of this game is just so weird because it feels like they just keep like saying things that just don't make sense with what they've said before, and so it's like, yeah. So like for me, like I like the game for the story. Like that's why I like Genshin, is because the Genshin story is consistent. Like yeah, sure, it's a little childish at times, but it's at least consistent. Like I can understand the world. They expand upon the lore of the world, and it's like consistent within itself. Like something that was mentioned in patch 1.0 will still be relevant and true in patch 5.3. And it's cool when they like build upon stuff. And I mean, I mentioned earlier like Cherubert. We saw Cherubert in the Sumeru quest. Well, in when Sumeru was out, one of the I don't think it was an Archon quest, maybe an interlude quest. I don't know if it was an interlude even, but like during Sumeru, during the 3.x patches, we introduced Cherubert, and then in the 4.x chapters, like boom, Cherubert came back. Yeah, and yeah, like and in Sumeru, like there was the abyss leaking into that desert area, and we're like beating back the abyss there, and then boom, like in Natlan it comes up, and Natlan even explains like, oh, why, like they weren't able to like be part of the world before, and how all this technology, like how their abilities just weren't present at all in the world. It's like, yeah, because their ley lines were isolated, so it's like it just builds upon itself very well. Yeah, and like this game, it's like this game is like built like it's like they're building a Jenga tower, and as they're like making the tower bigger, they just keep removing pieces from the base. So they're like, oh, cool, I'm gonna build like an extra 10 layers, and then they remove like a few pieces from the base, and then the next patch is like, okay, we're gonna add a few more layers and remove a few more pieces from the base, and they just keep like messing things up, and obviously it just creates an unstable story where you're just like, well, you just keep contradicting yourself like with every patch, and like it's not major, it's not like super crazy, it's not like, oh my god, you just like invalidated the entirety of the story, but it's just like it just happens enough times where it is kind of frustrating because you just don't know what to believe anymore. And like there's this one aspect of the story, yeah, and there's this one aspect of the story where I'm like, okay, well, I know I can't trust the Order, and the Order is telling me this is the way things happened in the past, and I'm like, okay, well, are they telling us like, I've learned like, and they're telling us this after we've learned like the quote unquote truth, and it's at odds with the truth we learned. So it's like, okay, are they telling us, or is what they're telling us like what parts of it are true and what parts of it are untrue? Like, is the entire thing untrue? And you just can't trust the writers because it's like you can't trust the writers to be like, no, all the things that they're saying is a lie, and we know the truth, and it's just we're just supposed to expect that yes, it's because he's the Order, and they're telling lies, and they're trying to manipulate the truth and bury the past. That like it's just foreshadowing something for the future. It's like I can't trust them to be foreshadowing anything because they just keep contradicting themselves, and it's just like I can't trust you because like is the story he's telling just foreshadowing something else? Because like so many other people kind of reinforce what he's saying, but it's like, well, no, they shouldn't be able to reinforce what he's saying because what he's saying is a lie because we learned something completely different before, and we learned and we know that the Order is trying to hide that, so clearly that must be the truth if they're trying to hide it. But then these two facts are at odds with you. It's like, yeah, it just gets confusing, and it just makes it hard to and it just ruins the immersion. So it's hard to get immersed in the world and enjoy the world when you just constantly get slapped in the face with something that's like is not true. Where it's like, oh yeah, this is not true. This doesn't make sense with what you learned before. And so yeah, Genshin doesn't do that. Like Genshin always had a good road plan. Like we always knew what Genshin would be. There's one of them. Where's the Phoebe picture spot? Oh, I just gotta take a picture of her. That's not it. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. It didn't appear until she moved. Let's do it. And uh look at that. Look at her feet. Her feet are literally over the edge, and she stands there. Like, what? And like I saw an interesting a video a while ago where there were people talking about Zenless Zone Zero, and they were talking about how the how when the characters in Zenless Zone Zero are like doing their animations, how if they were doing their animations downstairs, their feet would be exactly on the stairs. So they do this animation, and it's like, oh, okay, you're going down the stairs. Their lower foot would be on the step lower. Their legs would bend so that their feet would be properly on a lower and higher stair and be on those stairs. And so it's just like, and they did it for a lot of characters. Now, obviously, they were also doing some sexy, like the way some of the characters move are incredibly like sexy and stuff like that. So it was more for like that type of thing. Like, look how hot these characters are, but also look how much attention to detail they do with stairs. Where like it's not like some generic, oh yeah, it's just an incline, and they just put it in thing. Like they actually animated proper steps, and when your characters are standing on two separate steps, your feet will actually have an elevation difference and will line up with the steps. And then you have this game where she's just floating. And like and the crazy thing is that if she was floating higher, you could say, "Oh, whoops, they messed it up," right? Like she was supposed to be standing on the top. She was supposed to be standing on the top step, and they just moved her too far forward. Okay, but like no, she's actually further down. Where it's like not only is she too far forward, but she's also too far down for the step, which is just like that's bad. And you can see like when she goes down, you can see she actually steps down a little bit. She actually steps on like a little ledge, kind of. And I don't mind clipping when you're actually like moving and stuff. Sure, like obviously you can't be too precise with all your hitbox detection. So I'm fine with my main character like doing some weird shit. But like this is your character. You've designed this for a quest. You've told her to move to this location, and yet the location is wrong. And it's just like a lot of little attention to detail things that just rub me the wrong way with this game. Where it's just yeah, it's like that meme. Have you seen that meme image? Like you were on the cusp of greatness, you were this close. That meme. It's basically this. Like this game is like, man, you could have been good. You could have been a great game, but you were so close, but you just keep messing up. And that's why, like, yeah, if I have to pick between the two games, I'm gonna play Genshin over this because like Genshin one is more enjoyable. Like you actually need to be like dodging and stuff like that, so it's definitely more challenging to a degree. Um, Whereas Genshin, like, combat is by far much easier to do. And there's a lot of good things about the game. Like the game has a lot of is very pretty, has a lot of good things. Yeah. Well, it's actually a little tough. There's two reasons why it's not gonna be able to compete with Genshin, is because the skill requirement for this game is higher. Like you are expected to dodge a lot. Enemy attacks hit you really hard. There are challenges, like there are a lot of combat challenges. So like the game is heavily involved around its combat system, and it's more challenging combat. So like the company for this game makes Punishing Grey Raven as well, and it's basically Punishing Grey Raven is a copy of Honkai Impact 3rd, except they made the combat more challenging. And Wuthering Waves is a copy of Genshin Impact, except they made the combat more challenging. That just seems to be kind of what they do. They copy MiHoYo, and they make the combat more challenging and more involved. But the problem is that, like, people, like, there's definitely an audience for it, but it's not going to be as big an audience as if you make it easier. Because, like, if it's easier, it's more approachable for lots more people. And especially in a game like this, where it's an open world adventure game, like the open world exploration parts of it are casual content. Like that's what casual players do. And so you have like this weird dichotomy where it's like, yeah, you have all this casual exploration content, but then you also have these challenging combat. It's like, well, if you're going to play a game that, you know, is going to have a lot of casual content, you want to make it, you're essentially kind of making it for casuals. So introducing, more challenging combat is just going to scare away the casuals. So you're trying to appeal to the casual audience by making it open world exploration, but also scare them away by making it more challenging for them to actually do some of these things. And like some of the exploration content of this game, like to 100% the region, you have to do these specific combat challenges, which require you to do three things. You have to do all three things. Not all at once, but you can do them one at a time. But it requires you to do these three things, which can be kind of annoying to do. Some of which are just like, you have to dodge, or you have to counter, or you have to parry, while you're in a race against time to beat these enemies, which can be challenging, and that's required to 100% a zone. And in each zone of this 2.0 patch, like every single one of them had multiple one of these combat type challenges. So it's just like, you're just not going. That's just not going to appeal to the casual audience as much as Genshin will. So Genshin will just have more, will be more popular because like you're just not going to scare away the casual audience like this game does. And this game seems to be like moving super quick. Like I don't know if you play. I mean, you can kind of see how Genshin is, right? It's like there's like about 7 or 8 patches before the next thing. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. There's Genshin has like 7 patches. So like when 1.0 came out, it went up to 1.7, and then 2.0 came out, Inazuma, and then Inazuma went up to 2.7. I think one of them went to 2.8. I forget which one. But basically it's like 7 patches and then the next zone. Whereas this game went to 1.4 and then it went to the new zone. So it went from 1.0 to 1.4 and then 2.0. So like it's already on a faster cycle. But they're just not filling it with story that's compelling enough. That's why I'm kind of thinking like, once I've wrapped this up and I'm done, I'll probably just wait until 3.0 comes out and maybe come back to this. We'll see. If I'm super busy with other shit, I might not. See what other games I want to play. But to be fair, this 2.0 is definitely an improvement from 1.0. So maybe 3.0 will be much, much better. Is that away? Oh, and flight. Flight in this game is actually really fun. I actually do like the flight in this game. Like the fact that they added flight. You fly. So it's pretty fun. Like the fact that you can fly around and shit, so that definitely makes it more enjoyable. And the flight stamina is different than your gliding stamina. So it makes like quick traversal pretty fun and easy. It makes exploration easy too, because like if you're at a super low, like there definitely are some things that are good. Like it depends on how you feel about combat. Like more challenging combat is definitely more engaging. Like Genshin is pretty easy, but then it's hard for me to tell because I've been playing Genshin for 4 years, so it's like it's easy for me, but I also have really good characters and all this other shit, and I don't mind it being easy, especially for the grindy shit. Like I don't want to have to be challenged when I want to do my spend my resin and stuff like that. But like I think the combat is really interesting. They have a lot of bosses with a lot of interesting mechanics. So I think like boss design and mechanic design for combat is pretty good, and I think that's better than Genshin. Genshin's more simplified for the most part, where enemies usually just have 1 or 2 mechanics, whereas this, and bosses, So like that's kind of well done. I think the art style, especially like the areas look very pretty, especially in 2.0. But like the 1.0 areas look like shit, and generally it's just more dreary. This one just looks very pretty and stuff, but yeah. And that's the thing is I have had good party members. I've had good party members for ages. Like I've had a good team, so like I've had an quote easy time in Genshin because I've just been built for such a long time. And only when I came back for 2.0 did I actually finally get my Union level, which is essentially the same thing as not Trailblazer level, the adventure rank level in Genshin to a point where I could finally fully ascend my characters. So I wasn't able to fully ascend my characters. They were only level 80, and 90 was the cap um, before I left. And you could get them to 90, but I just left before I had leveled up enough to do that. Um, so I did level them up, so they are max level now, and so my team is pretty good. Like I can beat everything pretty quickly now, but like it's I don't know, like it's definitely more involved, which is like it depends on what mood you're in. If you're in like if you want the challenging combat, then let's see where's her. Oh, I see. I can't take a picture of it, unlike the other areas. Okay. But there are times where like yeah, I'm just trying to do the zone like resonance beacons, like yeah, that's the teleporters. These are like the oculi. This is like a challenging boss thing. This is purely a puzzle, but these are all like combat challenge encounters. Like this is one zone has five semi-challenging combat stuff. So it's like, and that's just one zone, and every single one of them has that. So it's like, depends what you feel like, and if you just are playing it just for the exploration and enjoyable stuff like that, those kind of aspects of the game will be kind of like not your cup of tea. And like some of the shit is pretty frustrating, and there are some things that are designed pretty poorly where you're just like, wow, that's designed like shit. Like there was this one race I had to do where I was like, oh, okay, you're gonna fly, and you have to go from this zone, like this location to this location, go to these checkpoints, and one of the checkpoints was right next to an enemy. So you have to land, and you're right next to an enemy, and so it immediately aggroes you, and you're just like shit, and you have to like run away and continue the race, and it's like that's just bad design, like. But yeah, I mean, but that's more of a nitpick than anything. I think like if I like, let's say Genshin's a 10 as a frame of reference. Like if Genshin's a 10, this game is like an 8. If Genshin's like an 8, then this is like a 7 maybe. I don't think it's that bad, but it's definitely not good as Genshin. It's like Genshin, the story is good, the characters look good, the game feels fun to play. I think the elemental combo system is more engaging and interesting. This game doesn't really have that type of interaction between elements and stuff. The way like this works, it does have buffers, but like certain like sub DPS or support, they'll buff an element or they'll buff a specific type of activity. So they'll buff your basic attack or buff your skill or your burst. Like that's the kind of thing. So your play is kind of like constantly swapping between allies, so you can keep up your buffs and do damage and heal and all that shit, and you're just like constantly like cycling around as you're doing all this shit, and that's it. Whereas Genshin has, I like you can kind of do that, but like Genshin's more about like yeah, you're doing your skills and bursts, but like it's more for like applying elements, and then you get those elemental reactions, and I think that's a little more engaging because it's a little more understandable because you can see the element. You applied an element. Oh, you're reacting with that element. Yeah, I got it. Whereas like this game is like, no, you applied a buff. Well, how do you know you applied the buff? Well, the skill applied the buff. So if you did their skill, it applied the buff, and then you swap off. But and you can see like a little icon appear saying, oh yeah, you have that buff now. But like besides that, it doesn't like you don't really like feel it in a way. And then like it does kind of suck because like this game is all about dodging, and so you have like rotations and shit, but like you have to dodge so often, and sometimes you have to dodge a lot. Like you have to be able to like stop everything on a dime to dodge, which interrupts like the flow of combat, and sometimes even interrupts your like combos, and that kind of feels like shit. And like it because it's kind of bad luck at that point. I would say it would be taking inspiration from, but like they definitely did a lot of different stuff. Um, I think, I mean, they definitely did. I wouldn't like. The reason why I say it's a copy, like I'm being more hyperbolic in saying it's a copy because it's not really like a copy. Um, but the reason why I say it is because like Punishing Brave Ravens was far more of a copy than this game is of Genshin. It just only kind of was similar um, because it's an anime art style aesthetic, and but like the story is radically different. The way they do like they don't have the Genshin's artifact system where it's like, oh, you have artifacts in this game, you have
今いいです
echoes,
か
you have these echoes, and so basically when you kill an enemy, I think every enemy, well, except for humans, every monster type enemy has when you max it out has a 20% chance of dropping an echo, which is just a shade of themselves, and you're leveling these echoes to get bonuses. So like this guy is a weekly boss, and so because I beat him and got his echo, and his main stat is crit damage, and so you can use other bits and bobs to level him up, and you get substats from that. So you can actually infinitely farm these things. You can just go out in the field, and well, not this guy because he's a weekly boss, so you can only get so. Actually, wait, no, I think you can still farm him for his echo infinitely. But unlike artifacts, you can't turn a +0 artifact into experience. So leveling them becomes the harder thing, but you can actually farm all these things independently, and you can just go out into the world, kill these things over and over and over and over again, and get shitloads of them to get the ones with the correct main stat, and level them up to see if they have the right substats. So it's like it's different than Genshin. So it's different than Genshin's relic system, but like skills and all that shit's pretty much the same, passives and stuff. But like pretty much every game's like that. Every gacha game is kind of like that. So it's not, there's some similarities, but like not so much. So I would say it's copying. So they did a lot of different things, and then generally combat is more engaging, and like requires a lot more skill and stuff.
飽きたわさようならザコ
任せてください
I would say Honkai was definitely more of a copy because their Punching Raven against the Honkai Impact Third was much more of a copy because like the menu layout was incredibly similar. Like the way they did a lot of their combat systems were like almost identical. But again, there are a lot of other instance-based combat systems, combat games like Honkai Impact Third that were similar, but like it's like it released it released like 2 years after Honkai Impact Third and had so many systems and visuals that looked similar. Like the way they did their systems looked so very similar to Honkai Impact Third. You're just like, well, that seems like a copy. And this game definitely has a lot more differences to it. But like just the general, if you had to like sum it up and say, oh, it's this type of game, it's like, yeah, the two types of games are similar. But I do think they differed a lot more in this game than they did between Honkai Impact Third and Punching Gray Raven. But it is just interesting, and I'm like, well, wow, what a surprise! Like, so basically, 2 years, like you spent 2 years to develop Punching Gray Ravens after Honkai Impact Third, and created a copy of that game, and then a few years after Genshin, you released another game within the exact same genre. It's like, yeah, it's like they're following in MiHoYo's footsteps, kinda. But it's not like a direct copy. I'd say Tower of Fantasy was far more of a copy, except they did it much worse. Like, they were really rushing to create a copy like Genshin. They were really rushing to create a Genshin copy that they just kind of fucked up a lot of the systems, so the game is just not good. Wuthering Waves took the time to actually like really flesh things out and design it well for the most part, and so that it runs well. Although I heard there were performance problems on release, but. But yeah, like if you were ever looking at like the sales figures, like for the, I think there's only mobile sales figures because of how they could actually pull the data for that shit. Like this game was doing far less popular. Like both, it was doing like at least I think at its peak it was like doing around. It was still like I think at its peak it was still worse than Genshin, or maybe it was slightly higher one month when Genshin had a slow month and the game like first came out. But then every patch after that has been like one-fourth Genshin at best. And then MiHoYo has Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, both of which that do equally well. In fact, Honkai Star Rail usually makes more money than Genshin. So you had like two MiHoYo games that both do much better than Wuthering Waves by itself. Either one, like it does so much better. All right. I wish I could take a picture of her with her facing me. Oh, okay, she's gonna face us now. But they did definitely improve in 2.0. Like the music is much better. Like this world is essentially a post-apocalyptic world. Um, I think, and actually, that's the kind of problem with the game is that so the I'd say like the 1.0 patches are probably like the worst content in the entire game, which is bad because like it does have potential, but like, and that's the sucky thing is like the new player experience is going to be shit because like the first part of the game is the worst part, which is like that's rough and like nothing, and they're not going back and like fixing any of it, so it's like yeah, it's just kind of bad. Because like the story is far too rushed. It just is blasting you through the shit, and like the world is the worst looking. Like you see the worst looking parts of the world of the world like as it is now, right? So like the 2.0 Rinascita area, all of it looks pretty. Like all of it looks pretty. Even like the like some of the ruiny parts, like it's relatively few and far between, and there's a lot of like prettiness around it. Yeah, and I think that's kind of like why the story feels so rushed, is because they wanted to end the 1.0 patch on like a big climactic battle, which they did, and everyone kind of agrees that the climactic battle part was really good, but like you have to wade through so much shit to get to it that it just kind of like it's not great. And then and one of the character quests they start the game with is like one of the least liked characters in the entire game. It's like wow, that's a bad choice. Like no one wants this guy. Like he's the standard banner. He's the standard banner character no one wants. He's the Chi-Chi of the world. Except at least Chi-Chi has a use because she's a healer. Um, so it's just like he's the Yang King if you play okay Star Rail basically. And so it's tough. And I get it. So I think they rushed it so they could have that big climactic ending to kind of hook you. But the problem is you have to like play through like a bunch of hours of the game, and it's like it's not making sense because they're just rushing you through, giving you terms that they don't properly explain, and just move on to the introduce characters which you barely interact with before they move on to the next. Introduce new organizations that are part of this world, and they just keep you rushing you back, rushing you, and then it ends, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like that was kind of a nice ending, but like still pretty confusing because like you're just really confused by everything that happened. Yeah. And I've always compared it to Genshin. I was saying how well Genshin did their story, because you start Genshin. I mean, okay, let's ignore the first god. Like the first god is the hook. Like fighting the god, that's a good hook. Like, that's a pretty good hook. And then how Mondstadt the prologue starts is like, okay, you pop up, you meet Paimon, and you start exploring the world. That's the start of the game. And what's the first character? Like, what's the first thing you see? Like the first character you see? You see Venti and Dvalin. And you see Dvalin with the cursed blood, and you're like, oh, look, it's Venti and Dvalin. And then Dvalin runs away. And then you meet Amber, and Amber takes you into the city. And then you were told, oh shit, like, Dvalin is actually Storm Terror, and he's an asshole. And then what happens next? Storm Terror attacks Mondstadt. And so you have to hop into your glider and then go attack him and break one of the abyss spikes. And you're like, holy shit! Like, so the first character you meet is the boss, like, and who's the final, like, quote, who's the final boss of, Mondstadt? Well, it's fucking Dvalin. So it's like the first character you meet is the main antagonist of that chapter. Like, it's introduced very well. It sets up, you meet them first. It fairly quickly sets them up as the antagonist. Oh, they're bad. Like, look at all the shit they did. He stormed terror. Everyone's afraid. He attacked the city, and then that's the big bad you go after at the end of the prologue. And they do some extra stuff too. They're, oh, well, there's the Abyss. The Abyss is actually trying to corrupt him. Do we learn much about the Abyss? No, there's a secret society we don't really know much about. And then they also introduce the Fatui, and you meet Signora and the Harbinger. So you kind of have set up, hey, Dvalin is the immediate threat, but look, we have these two power players in the background, the Abyss and the Fatui, who are also assholes. But like, it's not about them. They're just kind of like side players. But it does introduce them in a way, let you know, hey, they're both assholes. That's all you need to know. And then you go and you save Dvalin, and then you move on to Leeway. In Leeway, they start building up the Fatui. It's like, okay, let's learn more about the Fatui. Let's learn more about, like, the shit they do and how much they suck. And so we meet another Harbinger with Child or Tartaglia, and so it's like it's setting that up. And setting up the importance of the Gnosis, and you're like, oh, cool. So like, the Abyss is just a big pile of chaotic assholes, like there's chaos incarnate, and the Fatui are after Gnosis. So like, you've already set up their kind of like driving force, and they just kind of build upon it and move it step by step. Whereas this game is like, and you start this game with amnesia. So you meet this mysterious girl, and I don't know if you played Honkai Star Rail, but essentially the same thing like in Honkai Star Rail, she like put something inside you, like you got the Stellaron in the beginning part of Honkai Star Rail, and then you wake up with amnesia, and it's a bunch of people like, oh look, you're like, oh, you don't remember anything? Okay, cool. Like, we'll just take you back into town. But despite us having amnesia, no one explains the world to us. Like, we're constantly being like, oh, I don't know what this means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. And people just say terms and don't properly explain anything. We're tricked by the person. I mean, we get kind of tricked a bit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Honkai Star Rails 3.0 comes out tomorrow. I'm pleased about that. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, like, you start this game with amnesia. By Sampo. Okay, yeah, so you meet Belobog. Yeah, you got to Belobog, you met Sampo. Okay. I would say at least finish that story, because goddamn, the music for the boss of that planet is like insanely good. Like, the way they've used music as part of the fight is like insanely good. But if you don't like it, you don't like it. But yeah, like, for this game, it's like you have amnesia, and they just keep introducing like new characters, new like associations. You just keep meeting character after character after character, barely interacting with them, and just blast and like, and no one explains any of the terms of the world. So you're just like, I don't understand how this world works. And I would say Honkai Star Rail is one of the ones that is better respects your time, because you can do dailies super quick. You can just do like, you can blast through them. You can set on auto, so you can do them super quick. So like Genshin takes you like 30 minutes to do your dailies, whereas like Honkai Star Rail takes you like 5, and you don't even have to pay attention because you can just set on auto. But that's only assuming like if you're just farming materials. But like, there's still story stuff, and I do enjoy it. I like Honkai Star Rail because of how silly it is. There's a lot of silly little story bits that I enjoy. So it doesn't take itself too seriously, and it's funny. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is these games are fucking huge. You can't fit too many. But yeah, so this game was just... Wuthering Waves just kind of goes... its pacing is just terrible. And they start doing a little better. Like, 1.1 kind of introduces its own... Like, basically, once the patch content comes out, it's like, oh, okay, this patch will focus on this one story, this one main portion of the story. And it's done relatively well. They don't introduce too much. And that's why I kind of think they probably rushed the patch out. Like maybe they were gonna do like what Genshin did and have like a prologue, but they realized their prologue was so weak. They were like, shit, we have to we have to include all of this together. Because I think even in the Chinese in the closed beta test, I think one of the big complaints was how bad the story was, and so I think they did rewrite a bunch of stuff and did like redid cutscenes and stuff. So it could be that they had a story and they already had a story, but then they had to change it so much that it just ended up being half-assed, and then now they can dedicate it to it. Yeah, yeah, and then the game onset was just the prologue, and then on release you still had the first two acts of Leeway before, and then Act 1 or Patch 1.1 introduced the third act, the conclusion of the Leeway saga. So yeah, like there was that. Whereas it just felt this game was rushed. It didn't properly do this, and that's the problem. Is that that's the start of the game that everyone's gonna have to go through. Everyone's gonna have to go through like the worst parts of the game to get to the good parts. And like it's so bad that this game didn't even have the ability to skip dialogue. But because 1.0 was such shit, they added the ability to skip dialogue after the game's released, which is like, wow, that's a really bad indicator. Where it's like, yeah, you couldn't skip dialogue before, but because everyone complains so much about how shit your story is, they introduced the ability to skip dialogue, which is like, that is not good. Yeah, you can see it in that little cutscene, the little skip button. Oh, yeah. Picture. But they didn't have it on release. And it's just like, that's not good. Well, they did, but that's the problem, though. They added it because people wanted it, and why did people want it? Because the story sucks so much dick. They were just like, oh my god, this story sucks. Please let us skip it. And so the developers were like, okay, we'll add a skip button. But like, that's a bad sign. Like, if your story is good, you don't want a skip button. And to be fair, like no matter what, there's always going to be some people. Like even Genshin people want like the ability to skip dialogue, or I mean, the ability to advance dialogue faster. Like I kind of wish you had an option to have the text advance instantly. Like I like it like the visual novels where it's like, please just display the entire sentence right away, and then I can press X to continue. And so you still have people complaining about like they want to be able to skip Genshin dialogue, but not as many people. And like when this game came out on release, 1.0, tons of people complained about it. They complained about it so much that they added the skip feature to it. And basically, they wanted to skip the dialogue because of how bad it was. So it's a bad thing. There could be. And there is that, too. Where it's just like, yes, there are some times where like some things are locked behind other things. So it's like I'm fine adding it. Like I think you should always have more options. There's no real problem to add it. But like it's people don't complain about it as much in Genshin because the Genshin quests and dialogue aren't bad. They aren't or as bad. And obviously it depends on person to person, but yeah, like the fact that they felt the need to add it because players were complaining about so much just shows how bad the dialogue is that everyone wanted to skip it. Oh, that's a Fey Ignis. It's one of the monsters you fight, and you can also tame them too. So basically, as I said before, like pretty much every monster, if you beat it, you have a 20% chance when your databank is leveled to have it spawn an echo, and these echoes are used essentially as artifacts. And so that is just one of the enemies of the world. And in particular, this zone uses. This zone allows these monsters to appear in a it's kind of weird, because like there are monsters that they call tacit discords, but in this zone, they've essentially tamed some of them, that they can appear in a corporeal form without being bad monsters. But we still have to fight them anyway, like no matter what, if we come across them in the world, we still have to kill them, so it's like, they aggro us and they fight us, so it's like, okay, you say they're good, but they're not really, because like, but maybe not. Maybe it's only in the cities, and these are the wild ones. These are the wild tacit discords, the wild monsters, and then the ones in the cities are the tame ones. So I guess we've tamed this one. And they have a pretty good variety. They definitely have a lot of, well, I mean, I guess they have a lot of variety now. I think there was like, and even actually back then, because the monsters are essentially the artifact system, they have to add a lot to have more variety. So like that's what this data bank is it shows these are all the monsters of the world which you can capture and they become their own artifact or become your artifact system. So it is pretty. So I think they have more variety in Genshin. I don't think because so right now it's 368 and I think it's divided by 4. So 92. So they actually 92 is not that many. Still almost 100. But yeah, I mean, I think so they have like 50 enemy types. I mean, some of them are pretty much the same, just different colors. But they had a variety of enemy types, so it's like, that's kind of cool. Each has kind of specific mechanics, so there definitely are some useful things about this. So like the game that focuses on is combat just does a little better. Like that's kind of where they're best at, but they just kind of let everything else kind of fall by the wayside and is not awesome. So I kind of wish it was better because I like more of the exploration and story content, and they're like, yeah, we're just gonna focus mostly on the combat. And that's the tough thing too. Is like they just don't introduce new characters that frequently too. Yeah, like pretty much. So my data bank, if we look at this or nothing has the base drop rate is 20%. So pretty much any enemy you kill in the overworld has a 20% chance to drop their echo, and that is essentially their artifact. So like that's why I have a huge pile of them in my backpack. Here's my echo library. Look at all these. As you can see, I have like multiple copies of them. So it's like, yeah, I kill them multiple times. You have to do it multiple times to get like the correct main stat, and then substat bonuses. So it's like a lot of grinding and shit like that. But yeah, it was nice chatting with you. I mean, it's hard to recommend. It's tough. Like it's a fun game, but it's really hard to recommend it because the beginning part is just so tough. But yeah, have a nice night. Yeah, 69. Nice. Oh, I see. So if I had done one of them, if I had done all for one of them, if I had done all the challenges for, that one of them gave me, I could have done their quest. But because I did all of them essentially, I done each zone bit by bit. I basically finished. I basically got the quest for each one of them pretty quickly, back to back. That's interesting. They have a third quest once you've done all of them. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. I guess skip ahead. Uh, I guess I could have probably looked up when which pose each one would have. It could also be that no matter what pose I'll do, they'll just end up with the same thing. I do not see how that is a warrior stance. Oh, I see. Yeah. Like the other ones, you still have to do it at a certain time. Okay. Oh, okay. So no matter which pose I did, it would have just been this. Okay. Okay, then I guess I'm done. Like I guess I mean I have these two quests, so I still have my Azeshi and Encore character quest to do. Um, probably do those tomorrow, and I will do my synthesize. I want to make sure I get these things done. But yeah, basically, yeah, I'm basically done. I've 100%ed every single. I've 100%ed everything. I've done all the 2.0 quests. I've 100%ed every single thing in Rinascita. I think the only thing I think a question about Paolo, but I think he's probably a daily. I think, but I'm not sure. Either way, I've done 100% of this. I've also done that for these two. So I've essentially done everything in the game. I just need to do these two character quests, and then I'll have done everything, and I'll probably just stop playing the game for a bit. Um, because yeah, this game is fine, but it's definitely not what I really want in a game, and so like it's not as enjoyable as Genshin. It's not as relaxing as Genshin. It's not as consistent as Genshin. Um, so if I was gonna play a gacha and and gacha games in general are just like time sucks, and like exploration games like this are also time sucks. Like I only got back into the game when I only got back in after the 2.0 release came out when it was released on PlayStation 5. And I've already logged 50 hours. Like this today, I think at the end of this stream, I'll be like at 50 hours. So like doing all the 1.3 quests and some other little side content and stuff I've been missing over the in the 6 months I haven't been playing, and as well as all this was 50 fucking hours. Like that's a huge chunk of time. Like I could have played a real game for that amount, right? Like it's it's a lot. And like Genshin also does that. Like when Genshin introduces a new zone, or when like Natlan comes out, there's a lot to explore, there's a lot to do, there's a lot of quests, all that shit. So it's like, you know, playing two games like that, you just can't do. And that's why I'm probably not keep up with this until like maybe 3.0. We'll see. Like, I know Shorekeeper's coming in 2.1, so I might come back in 2.1 to pick her up. I have accumulated some stuff. Or actually, not the map. Actually, I will, let's see, do I have... Encore needs a weapon, so I think I might pull on the weapon banner. Like, I could get more characters. Like, I don't know what... But I have pretty much every character but Ling Yang, which I don't want, so...
新発見があるといいですね。
Yeah, like I have every character but him, and I don't want him, so... I think I have a constellation for her, same for her. I just got her. I have a few constellations for her. So, like, I don't really need in them, but I did get Encore, and Encore needs a weapon. And I don't have a good weapon, so I think I might just pull on this. Get a weapon for Encore. Is that really new? I'm not sure. Get a weapon for Encore, maybe. We'll see. I'm not going to spend actual money. I'm just going to start building a weapon. So I got fucked. Never mind. Cool. Okay. That's it. But I do have some, like, currency and stuff, so I could maybe wait for, Wavekeeper and get, or Shorekeeper and get her, simply because she's a healer, and having an extra healer will definitely be nice. Yeah, these are the 120 enemies, so I could go do this. This one fucked me up, but I know where it is at least, so I could do it at some point, but yeah, I'm just not in the mood for that right now. So yeah, like, as I was saying to the other guy, it's a game that's hard to recommend simply because of like all the missteps they did, and like I would say the 2.0 is pretty enjoyable. Like all in all, it's pretty enjoyable, and for certain types of people who do like the combat like this, it definitely has more for them. It's just not exactly what I want in a game, so like I just don't enjoy it as much. But I can definitely see there will be people who would enjoy it. The problem I have with if I was ever going to recommend a game like this is just the fact that it's so far, like, you have to go through so much shit. I'm doing this. I got my characters to level 90 as I was doing some. I was able to send my characters finally to the max level just recently. But like that's not how it is for some people. Like if you started the game fresh from scratch, like the requirements will keep you in play. Like you can't do some of the story, I think, until you're a certain level, so that will keep you locked to a certain degree. But
祈りですか?
oh, I see. This is what the intimacy thing is. Oh, it's cool. You can summon these on command. That's nice. Oh, okay. So they did something very much like Genshin. Is 5? Oh, 5 is max. Oh, okay. 5 is max. So it's not 10. Okay. Oh yeah. So I used him a little bit. So that's what that intimacy shit was. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's just hard to recommend because it's just like you have to go through the 1.0 patch, the 1.0 story quests, which are like the worst part of the game. Like honestly, like it is the worst told story of the entire game, and that's rough. Like when your beginning is such a rough start, and like I wouldn't even say it gets. I mean, well, so it does get better. Like I was gonna say, like I wouldn't say it gets better. It's like, well, it does get better, but like not great either way. Like, at the end of the day, it's still not good. Well, no, it's good. It's not great. They keep making the same kind of continuity errors where they just cannot keep their story straight, which makes me like wonder if they like understand where their game is going to go and if they've planned their story. Like, it feels like they just write it patch by patch instead of thinking, oh, this is where our game is going to go throughout all its patch cycle. We're going to go to this country next, and this country next, and this is the general, like, this is what's generally going to happen in each of these countries. Like, they don't, it feels like they don't even have a rudimentary plan, even for Rinascita. It feels like like, based on everything, it just feels like they didn't even have the rest of this Rinascita arc completed, based on how they've written other parts of the story. And it's just like, and yeah. So anyway, so there definitely are problems. So if you, I would say, I mean, sure, if you want to play the game, fine. Like, it's generally fun to play. It also just kind of sucks. Like, the first part, like the 1.0 areas, like, just look like shit by comparison. Like, this doesn't look super good. This looks like shit. This looks even shittier. Like, they just look, this is all destroyed, so it looks like shit. This is fine. But, like, it's all poison and stuff, which sucks. This has, like, this little vortex, which kind of obscures the scenery, and it's constantly raining. So, like, so many of their environments, because it's this post-apocalyptic world, have, like, are in, like, in a state of ruins, and so they just look bad. Because they're supposed to look bad. Because it's a post-apocalyptic world, mostly, right? But the problem is, it's just like, that just is dreary and depressing, and it's just, Genshin is a much more vibrant, fun world to be in, and so, like, that's the world I want to be in.
祈りですか?
The question is, should I get more of these? Maybe work on, yeah, I do need those for these two, and these are my main DPS, so I could do that. I just don't feel like it right now. But anyway, so yeah, it's just hard to recommend, because, like, if you play games for the story isn't really that good. So that's the thing. It doesn't really excel at anything. Like, if you like games with exploration, Genshin Exploration feels better and more enjoyable. If you play games, like, it's only if you play games for combat. If you like challenging combat, then I would say that's the only aspect that exceeds Genshin. But otherwise, I would just recommend playing Genshin. Plus, Genshin has more content too. So, like, if you got into Genshin now, the story is told well, it's paced well, it has a lot of interesting things about it, it's more enjoyable to play. And this game is just, like, it has less content. Everything seems rushed. Like, it went from 1.0 to 1.4, then started Rinascita, whereas, like, Genshin had a bunch more patch content, a bunch more patches, all full of shit, right? Like, 1.0 came out with, Mondstadt and first two parts of Leeway. 1.1 came out with the last final culmination of Leeway. 1.2 introduced Dragonspine, a completely new area to explore, each with its quest line. 1.3 might have been Dainsleif's interlude quest, like, and some patches are kind of a loss, right? Like, the Genshin does a summer patch where they have this introduce a new area to explore with its own quest and stuff like that, which just disappears. So, like, the Golden Apple Archipelago existed in the first summer and second summer of Genshin, and they only existed for that one patch. So if you did not play that patch, you missed it. So, like, it's not permanent content. So that does kind of suck. So even though they do have extra patches and more patches in between zones, one of them is kind of a gimme. It is kind of a loss because it's not introducing anything new that you as a player just starting out can play. But generally, like, they just introduce more story. It's better, more enjoyable to play. So yeah, at the end of the day, I would just recommend Genshin. But I think this definitely has a more, like, the characters look more like adults here. Well, I mean, obviously not her, but, like, more characters are more adult-like, have a little more detail to them. But I think Genshin characters are more personable and enjoyable, and are more fleshed. The characters feel more fleshed out in Genshin than they do here. You're just, like, dumped with a bunch of characters. You barely told anything about them. Like, some of them had character quests, but only some of the 5 stars do. Like, Yang King got his one first. I think we had Kalcharo's. Did we have Kalcharo one? No, I think it was Yang King got his. Weirdly enough, they choose one of the least liked characters to give them their character quest right from 1.0 start. Then Jin Yan had his, and Jin Yan was interesting. He was an interesting character to play, and he's an interesting character, so they had his, but all the other standard didn't have theirs. Only Encore got hers later, more recently, but Verena doesn't have one, Kalchara doesn't have one, and the Wind Girl doesn't have hers. Like, so, like, you don't know who these characters are, and you don't see them in game. So the standard banner characters in Genshin, you meet. You meet Jean, you meet Diluc, you meet Chi-Chi. You meet these characters, you know who they are. Now you don't interact with them too much, but if you go back, they're still there. You can still go into Jean's office and see her there, right? Whereas these characters, standard banner characters, you cannot find them at all in this world. They just do not exist until they need to appear in the story, and they just don't have a presence, and so you don't. And so because they don't have a presence in the world, you just don't know who the fuck they are, right? What do they do? What they just yeah. So. And again, yeah, another stream of this game that is kind of in a rant. It's a fun enough game, but I'd say there just are better options, and I think ones you'll enjoy more. Unless combat is the only thing you care about. If combat's the only thing you care about, then fine, sure, this game is fine. This game offers something that Genshin does not. But if you want fun exploration, an interesting story that builds upon itself, properly, that's well paced and has interesting characters and the characters are fleshed out, this is not the game for you. If you are able to take things with a grain of salt and just kind of enjoy it for what it is, yeah, that's fine. But then you could kind of say that pretty much about every game, except for the truly bad ones. So, it's a little bit of one. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and call it. But thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.